everything begins with an idea.
They had put their trust in the Lord.
Man can create anything he can imagine.
Now do the things I have told you.
For 3,000 years, men gazed at the far-off moon and dreamed of going there someday. Riding in a carriage drawn by swans, wafted magically on the rising dew from some enchanted meadow.
Говорит Москва. Работают все радиостанции Советского Союза.
There is something sad in this idea of a lonely Superman struggling desperately to advance his own purposes in a universe that he can neither conquer nor comprehend.
S'il vous plaît, dessinez-moi un bouton.
What walk in space?
For 10 minutes, he floated outside of his spacecraft at the end of a slender lifeline. Pounded away at the moon and delved into the secrets of the red planet Mars.
I will eliminate hatred, envy, jealousy, selfishness, and cynicism by developing love for all humanity.
You better believe it, Star Buddy.
Climb down from our spaceship and walk on the surface, and then we can return to the planet Earth.
But it was all just a dream, all purest fantasy.
As we now live in the most critical time ever recorded in history,
They weren't shooting at me at all.
People had been killed, another 926 injured. By this time, violence was not new. 30 million people were without power. People without power. People without
Wall Street owns the country. It is no longer a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, but a government of Wall Street, by Wall Street, and for Wall Street.
Its ambitions in business and diplomacy became imperial. Fascinated by size and power. Vast industrial combinations or trusts threatened the existence of smaller businesses.
as may be necessary to carry these resolutions into effect.
Are you an American?
Sind Sie Amerikaner?
I am an American.
Ich bin Amerikaner.
I do not understand you very well.
Our nuclear weapons will be used with wisdom.
How can we be powerful enough to wipe out a whole planet? Still be so helpless.
If I decide to hit and perhaps kill another man myself, then I must be prepared to accept the moral responsibility. If I give the government the right or the means on my behalf to kill people of another country, then the situation is no different. I must again myself accept the moral responsibility.
Technically and intellectually, we are living in an atomic age. Emotionally, we are still living in the Stone Age.
This is nuclear war. 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 Is nuclear war.
As from 12 noon today, the central government will cease to function.
These are the times that try men's souls. In the course of our nation's history, the people of have rallied bravely whenever the rights of man have been threatened. Today, a new crisis has arisen. Citizens, hear me out. This could happen to you.
Good evening. Hello there, how art thou all? Hello, Sir Ace. Hello, Lady Empathy.
Hello there.
Hello, Sir Anakin.
Hello there.
Hello, Sir Senate.
Hello there.
Hello, Sir Jacket Man.
Hello there.
Hello, Sir Hippo.
Hello there.
Hello, Sir Keegan. Hello there to you all. So, I didn't sleep very well today, so, oops, hit the mic. Didn't sleep very well, so I'm not really feeling like playing games, but there are a whole bunch of videos that I've been meaning to catch up on. Haven't really had a chance to because, like, in the time that I would be doing that, you know, I'd be very, very late streaming. So hold on, let me put my mouse on the cord. But there are a few orders of business. First of all, I need to make Empathy a mod, and let me explain how this is going to work today. So I'm going to be giving extra points out today. We're going to be playing a little mini game. So I'm going to be watching these videos, just a bunch of videos from a bunch of different YouTubers, mostly entertainment videos. One that's more history oriented that piqued my interest. It's about the Battle of Athens, and I'm a big history buff. So I would like to see what his take on it is. And anyway, the way it'll work is once we're all going to, actually, I do need to fix everyone saying bagel front. No bagel front tonight. But I guess I need to fix my tags so that it's not confusing. But once we queue up the videos, I'll be in the Hangout channel of the Discord, and anyone can come in, but we'll be watching the videos. The way it'll work is that if you have a cogent point to bring up, then you speak. Otherwise, you know, we watch together. I'll be commenting throughout. But if you have a good point to bring up, or if you want to debate something in a video, then, you know, I'll pause the video. We can have a talk about it, or you can just, you know, express your feelings about it. And then if I think you make a good point, or if the stream votes that you think that they think you made a good point, then you get extra points, and you get an extra 100 points for each, let's say, cogent point or good argument or good comment that you make. So basically, it's going to be like a watch along today. And let me go into the stream settings. I'll change the tags, make Empathy a mod, and All right, Empathy is a mod now. And let me change the tags real quick. I don't know what tags are good for this. Watch along, I'll use that. So if you want to join this little mini game, then go ahead and enter the Discord Hangout channel. All right, let me tags. Where are they? There they are. And I'll catch up on chat after I fix this. Alrighty then. Let me close that. All right, so let me see what you guys have been saying. Empathy says, hello, governor. A says, I'm voicing the Bad Batch for Keegan right now. Ooh, very interesting. You guys doing a collab? Cool, looking forward to it. And Jackman says, I'm going to join your game. Unfortunately, that won't be possible tonight, but you can join the mini game, which would be great. Lego Cavern says he was banned from a stream for saying he was hungry enough to eat a grizzly bear. Yes, well, my mods don't permanently ban anyone from my streams without permission. They can time people out if, but that's only in extreme, circumstances, and usually after I've given warnings. So, because I'm a very big person on free speech. However, this is my domains, my domain. So, it's not a public square. If someone goes off the rails, they will be ousted. So, how's it going, Sir Hippo? Empathy says, thanks, Colin. You are most welcome. Yeah, I tend to give other streamers that I trust, mod status, because they tend to know what they're doing, They know how to handle a chat and stuff like that, like what's out of bounds and what's not. All right, so let me join the Discord Hangout channel here, and we will begin. All right, so now I'm in. Anyone can join at any time. We are going to start with this one. Absolute Mad Lads, The Battle of Athens by Count Dankula.
If there is one...
Holy fucking shit, let me turn that down a little bit. What is this? Your content loudness is negative 0.6. Wow, really pushing the boundaries there. In fact, it has to be reduced 57% by the normalizer. All right, Dank, maybe you should hire me to take a look at your audio. But let me go down a little bit there.
If there is one recurring theme that keeps popping up in the Mad...
And Senate says, I don't have Discord. Can you, yeah, if I'll be keeping an eye on chat, and if I see a good comment, I'll definitely be pausing it. I'll read your comment and respond if it's, something to respond to, like something that I should respond to. Because you may just be making a comment about the video, Colin, search a man has fallen into the river in Lake City. Maybe another time. Bit of a collab, yeah, says Keegan. Ooh, is there an ETA on when we'll see it?
Lads that we talk about, it's desperation and the lengths that people will go to if they are pushed hard enough. Whether it be Don Alejo protecting his land, Gary Plauché getting justice for his son, or either of the two killdozers doing a bit of landscaping for their tormentors. Another theme is the Mad Lad.
That set looks pretty good, though. Good set, Dank.
Is often fighting back against an authority. And when you combine...
I guess I'm just sort of biased towards, like, burnt orange. Burnt orange, like, people have asked me about my favorite color, and I, like, sort of cop out by saying white, because it contains all colors. But burnt orange is probably my absolute favorite color, which is, like, his background. So, yes, chef's kiss. I do love that.
In both of these themes, well, things can get a little bit crazy. Today's video is about a group of mad lads. A group whose fight for freedom overseas inspired them to take back some of their own freedoms once they got back home. By any means necessary. The McMinn County War, better known as
the Battle of Athens. Senate says he sounds like he's Irish, but he's calling everyone a lad. He's actually Scottish. Yeah, he's got a great opening. It's very 90s.
But
very nostalgic for me.
Before we get into the video, the mechs are finally here. Mech Arena is a 5v5 competitive shooter.
I'm not actually sure what the etiquette is on like reaction videos when it comes to ads like this. Like I'm not sure if the etiquette is that you watch the ad or you skip the ad or you just mention who the sponsor is and be like, hey, support the sponsor of this video. So I guess what I'm going to do is, what do I do? Where is it? There it is. I'm going to go through this at double speed, the ad. So I'll play it.
Anything else you can play on mobile today. There's no pay to win, so the games are fair and your wins are based on your
maybe
win
that's a
skill.
little
With a huge
too
choice of
fast.
weapons and maps, you can
I want
tailor
you to be
your
able to
experience however you want
hear.
to play and sharpen your skills in a truly balanced way. In Mech Arena, there are plenty of free-to-play events and daily challenges that you can accomplish, and you will always start on an even playing
Mech
field at the beginning
Arena.
of every game. So all of your rounds will be determined purely
Actually,
by
this
player
actually
skill.
looks kind of cool.
Not only
Hold
can you
on. Let's see.
customize your mech loadout, you can
I played Mech Warrior a lot when I was a kid, like Mech Warrior 1 and 2. I don't think I played after that, but I loved those games. So let me actually see what this is.
on your own skill. With a huge into the video, the mechs are finally here. Mech Arena is a 5v5 competitive shooter that is not like anything else you can
And
play
they actually
on
hooked
mobile
me.
today. There is no pay to win, so
Yeah,
the
this
games
is very
are fair
Mech Warrior-ish.
and your wins are
Looks like a
based on
cell
your
phone
own
game,
skill.
though.
With a huge choice of mechs, weapons and maps, you can tailor your experience to however you want to play and sharpen your skills in a truly balanced way. In Mech Arena, there are plenty of free-to-play
Don't worry, I
events
said it.
and
I know
daily
how things
challenges
work.
that you can accomplish, and you will always start on an even playing field at the beginning of every game. So all of your rounds will be determined purely by player skill. Not only can you customize your mech loadout, you can also customize the look and style of your mech to make it your very own. I enjoy
So it is
optimizing
like
my mech's
a
weapons so I
cell
can
phone
get the
game.
most out
I
of
keep
it
saying
in
cell
any
phone
mode.
game like I'm a
I really
fucking
like
boomer.
Mech Arena because you don't need to
It's a
worry
phone
about any
game.
unfair games.
It's a mobile
so with the
game.
right mech builds and a little practice, collecting all that salt is honest
In
work.
living color.
And Mech Arena have sent us a box of goodies.
In living color. I used to love that game. Or that show on FX, I think it was.
Hold on. Right.
Alright, that part, yeah, we'll skip your swag. But yeah, I get it. Sponsored, holy shit. Remember,
If there
so it wants me to watch that one.
I have.
But yeah, we've gone through
Description or
the ad.
scan without for description or
Mech Arena, everyone check it out. I might actually check it out on my phone because, you know, there's very few games on my phone besides like chess or Go that actually I'll sit down and play if I'm like waiting. So it'd be nice to find something else that I can mix it up with that I actually enjoy.
or scan the QR code on the link.
Hey, yeah, there's the QR code if you want it. Hold on, let me make the thing go away.
New sponsor. Show them some love. QR code on Android and iOS right now, so use my link in the description or scan.
Of course, you know, when you say credit it, this is when you see on screen, like when I went full screen like this is crediting the video. It's Count Dankula, and I introduced the video, Absolute Mad Lads, the Battle of Athens. So everyone knows how to find it. Anyone can scroll to where to get any of these video links. That's how you do it.
And the QR code on the screen. New sponsor. Show them some love. Click the link.
Yeah, he's got a
In
very
the decades
engaging
following
accent.
the Civil
It's
War,
charismatic.
McMinn County in Tennessee.
Plus, he's an actual comedian, which is what got him in trouble in the first place. He was a lesser known comedian, but he actually does like stand up comedy at actual clubs and shows. He goes on tour. But he made a racy a joke because he taught his dog to Nazi salute in order to troll his girlfriend, like literally just to piss her off and just to be, you know, a shitlord, which is, you know, his type of comedy. It wasn't that he was a Nazi or condoning Nazism or anything like that, but it was pretty funny that he got his dog to learn how to do that, just to troll his girlfriend. But he totally got cancelled and actually got into legal trouble in Scotland because of that, because the UK free speech laws are so bad. Like, he got embroiled into this big legal battle that, you know, took all of his money. Everyone canceled him. He can't get monetized on YouTube. Literally only the way that this guy can actually make money, and he can't get a job in Scotland anymore because he's literally been canceled that hard. The only way he can make money anymore is through ads like Mech Arena. Or, you absolute mad lad boy, Raid Shadow Legends, who I guess maybe one day they'll try to sponsor me too if I get big enough. That would be, I'd have to come up with a nice creative commercial for them though. Speaking of which, catching up on YouTube, I was going to give an update earlier. I'm working on the 200 sub video. That's off the back burner. That's the next video that I want to get out is because I completely went way beyond the deadline of where I wanted to be on releasing that. So we're going to get the 200 sub celebration video done, and that'll be the next thing. I've got a few other 2 or 3 other projects that I was working on. Castlevania is probably going to be the very next video after that. I'm finally happy enough with things as they are now. So with my settings and everything, because I need to find microphone. It's easy to make your voice sound good on a microphone. It's a little difficult. It's a little more difficult as trying to do different voices in a game, because I'm doing a lot of narrative games that don't have voice acting. And I just, I try to actually come up with the voices for them. But it's harder to make your microphone be, to have a range where it's not, messing up on, or just not accurately reproducing on certain voices that you're trying to do in certain ranges. If you're trying to do a Gollum voice, it's completely different than trying to do a female voice who's high pitched or something like that. So if you get your microphone settings where you can do all of those things, where you have a nice dynamic range, which I think I've finally accomplished, now I'm comfortable enough to try many more things and record all of the other videos and reviews that I wanted to do. And some of those reviews are sort of in voices, in character, Grandpa Trask. All right, anyway, so let's continue. Raid Shadow Legends, the absolute boy.
By Republicans, and in Tennessee was in the decades following the Civil War. McMinn County in Tennessee was run on a political level by Republicans, and that was working out pretty well for the citizens. The local government operated as it should. It just handled the day-to-day bureaucracy and allowed the residents to attend to their farms without worry and without interference. The way a government...
And keep in mind, this is after the Civil War, when the Republicans were fighting to free the slaves and the Democrats were fighting to keep the slaves as the Confederates. And they were the ones who founded the KKK as their military arm of the political left at the time. So the Republicans then and the Democrats then, you'd think that they were very different, but I mean, even during the civil rights movement, the Democrats were actually fighting against civil rights. The Republicans were fighting for it. And this whole mythological flip of the parties, that was 2 or 3 senators that switched sides because they were either rhinos or, they were actually leftists in the first place. So, and then those people actually still went on to fight against civil rights.
Government should be, but
Democrats have very good PR, much better PR than Republicans. Republicans are stupid. This is why subscribing to parties these days is way out of style. You don't, both of the parties are completely idiotic. They're both corrupt in various ways, but the right has no idea how to handle public relations and stuff like that. And the left is genius at it. So the right will completely get clobbered over and over and over and over until the pendulum swings due to enough corruption from the left and big government collectivism, where enough individuals, no matter if they're left or right, fight against the collectivism, the big government central control.
Something ugly began to rear its head throughout the early 20th century. A Democrat bigwig named Edward Hull Crump.
Good old Crump.
was making moves.
I mean, look at this guy. Look at this fucking sack of meatbag flesh. This is totally someone you want to run your life, right? Yeah. Looks good to me.
In the nearby Shelby County, and
it looks like he's fucking Heil Hitlering. This is during, this is right after World War II. Or, in fact, when he was doing that, might have been during World War II. And it's funny because many of the Nazi programs that they used. It's on record that they used Democrat KKK practices to sort of structure how they were going to purge Jews and control basically Jews and black people and gay people, basically anyone they didn't like, the party didn't like, which is what the communists did too. Anyone they didn't like, boom, we're going to get rid of you. First in society and then totally.
Gradually built a political machine from his mayoral seat in Memphis. By the 1930s, McMinn County had been hit by the Great Depression and a drought, which had greatly affected the community of farmers.
And even the leftists that weren't supporting national Nazism, you have to understand, is National Socialism. So many leftists, many Democrats in the U.S. at the time supported socialism as much as they do today, and actually went further and were supporting communism, which goes even further than socialism as far as government control goes, as far as centralized control. And that's sort of what socialism always turned into, because that's what the USSR originally was. It was pitched as a socialist government, a socialist movement, which morphed into communism. And that's like Vladimir Lenin said, the end goal of socialism is communism. But party systems fucking suck, George Washington. They really do. These days, you should really, not judge people on the party. Judge people on, because that always leads to groupthink when you're just going by a party. Because then you start to think, then it leads to this mentality of, okay, well, no matter how corrupt someone is, or no matter how bad their ideas are, we still have to support the party because we're all collectively trying to accomplish something good. And, we can all corral them into going where we want them to go. But no, it's really just the few special interests that are pulling that person's strings that can corral them into going where they want to go. So it's an illusion. What we need to do is look at individuals, what their individual ideas are, what their platforms are, and what their works are, what their actual history is. Judge them by their fruits, judge them by their works, their history, not just their words, but their actions. And then if they don't perform, if they don't keep to their word, if they don't act as they say, you oust them. You vote them out, or you recall them. Whatever you need to do. Or you exercise your constitutional rights.
In 1936, everything changed. The Crump political machine rolled into the small town of Athens and caused a bit of an upset. Crump appointed Paul Cantrell as the Democratic candidate for sheriff in the subsequent local election. And
Colin, we lost an internet. Interesting. Well, there's the great thing about the internet is there are many of them. There are many intertwined nets.
Cantrell based his campaign on the popularity of the Democrat Party's establishment and rode the wave of FDR's popularity all the way into office. The defeat of the incumbent Republican in the election became known as the vote grab of 1936 due to the widely held belief that the ballot boxes had been swapped. However, there was no proof, so this suspicion of fraud was completely unfounded.
Shocking.
At the time. As the Democrats' hold over McMinn County strengthened, shenanigans began to ensue, as there is no stronger combination than corruption and power. The sheriff's office quickly started fee grabbing, which meant that officers were actually paid for each perp they arrested.
This is absolute bullshit right here. This is what sponsors police corruption. When you pay people, and many precincts still do this, where they will get a quota. Officers will get a quota for how many speeding tickets they need to pull in, because that's city revenue and that's revenue for the department. So they'll be sitting there, just in the speed traps when they could be, doing what they're actually supposed to be doing and protecting people. That's the whole point of the police, is to protect people. instead of, trying to bust them just to line their own pockets. For the police departments that are now getting defunded even more, therefore they're doing these sort of other ways of generating revenue, where instead I would rather increase funding for police officers, cut all of these quotas out, no quotas for anything, no monetary reward for arresting people or anything like that. But the additional funding goes towards better training and non-lethal takedown equipment, Tasers, we really need to improve, They're too dangerous as they are now. They can cause heart attacks and lasting cardiovascular issues. And it's so silly, as far as the ban on chokeholds. That's one of the safest ways to take some, not with a boot to the neck or a knee to the neck, but actually putting someone to sleep quickly with a chokehold is one of the safest ways to take someone down. You can put them to sleep just for a few seconds, handcuff them, and this is what they teach you in like Brazilian jiu-jitsu. You can do it very, very safely. And you literally do it part of the training to learn how to do it very safely. As long as you're not putting someone under for more than a few seconds, it doesn't cause brain damage. You'll be perfectly fine. It just interrupts the blood flow to the brain long enough to either completely disorient or knock someone out, make them lose consciousness temporarily. So this whole ban on chokeholds is another political stunt that's actually going to do more harm than good. You need to have officers trained how to, in a violent situation where it's, possible, maybe someone's psychotic due to drugs or something like that, and they're having, maybe on, just various things, hopped up. You can safely just put them to sleep, handcuff them, put them in the vehicle, done. But again, more training, better takedowns, better non-lethal takedown equipment is what I'm for. Hey, Colin. Colin says, Colin, what are you playing tonight? Tonight I'm playing a mini game called Watch Along. I've got a bunch of videos that I wanted to watch. Most of them are like Hollywood entertainment related. Like there's this one, I love Star Trek, big Star Trek fan. I didn't know that Star Trek V was in production hell, but Critical Trinker just did a video on it that I didn't see. So I want to go through that. There's some other stuff too. So I'm in the Hangout. The mini game is that I'll be watching these videos. Otherwise it would be like much later until I streamed. And I didn't sleep very well. So I just wasn't, I wasn't really feeling like I would perform very well at the moment until I like wake up more. But because I slept like all day and I've got pretty bad sleep apnea. So sometimes I just don't feel so great after I wake up, like puking, like because of like morning sickness from like oxygen deprivation. Anyway, but yeah, the game is that I'll be watching these videos and stuff, and anyone can come and either comment in the chat if they want to either just comment on the video or debate something, or just raise a point. And if they raise a cogent point or the chat votes that they did, then they get extra points in the stream. They can also come into the Hangout channel of the Discord and, at any time, just interject. I'll pause the video and we can have a chat about whatever it is that sparks their interest. And if they again make a good point, they get extra points at the halfway break.
And locked up, despite the fact that each pelly grabbing, which meant and power.
So yeah, the police. This is right after World War II. So the police are monetarily incentivized to arrest people. And this is like sort of around, this is right after or recently after Prohibition. There were a few different attempts at Prohibition where like alcohol was prohibited as well. So they were really hard against alcohol at this time too, public drunkenness and stuff.
The sheriff.
So it was really easy to nab people for seeming like they were intoxicated. Hey, welcome back, Keegan. Hey, Sir Angela, how's it going?
office quickly started fee grabbing, which meant that officers were actually paid for each perp they arrested and locked up, despite the fact that Cantrell had taken out a full-page newspaper ad to promise that he wouldn't do that during his campaign. Politicians doing the opposite of what they promised.
Yeah. You just promise people what they want to hear and then don't keep to your word? Wow, shocking that, politicians on the left and the right would do that.
So, for the deputies, this was...
That's why you don't trust your politicians. You always have to keep an eagle eye on them and always hold them to account, no matter what fucking party they belong to.
Was basically free money. So it went exactly as you would expect. They would constantly harass tourists and locals alike, arresting everyone they could for drunkenness, whether they had been drinking or not. The deputies would even go as far as to trawl through buses every night looking for people who looked really tired after a very hard day's work, so the police could falsely accuse them of being drunk so they could drag them to the police station to pay a...
Oh, they didn't just accuse them of that. They accused women of prostitution, too. If they were out late at night, and then they would arrest them for soliciting.
$16.50 fine, which is $319.55 in today's money, adjusted for...
Sir Angelo says, I'm pretty good, man. How about you guys? I'm doing good. Angelo says, the same thing happened in Colombia. Military got paid more if they killed more militia guys, but something horrible happened. Yeah, that kind of thing is when you incentivize violence, bad things just always happen. You don't ever want to incentivize violence. That's always the last resort.
For inflation. Around 115 people were arrested every weekend. Over the subsequent decade...
I'm not actually sure how big Athens was at the time, but that's pretty ridiculous. Every single weekend for bullshit charges. Drunk when you're not drunk. You're just tired from a hard day's work, or, you're just out. You just happen to be a lady who's out late at night alone without an escort, and you get picked up for prostitution, and you have to pay like a ridiculous fine.
It is estimated that $300,000 was paid out in these arrest fees, which is almost $6 million today. But that was only the beginning of the county's problems. To make things even worse, the US entered World War II in 1941, and 3,520...
Oh, I guess this is still before the war.
26 men.
So yeah, those problems started happening before World War II even broke out. And this is the funny thing. Before World War II broke out, if you go back and look at the histories, most of the Democrats were praising Hitler and his socialist reforms in Germany. And they were like, yeah, he's our ally, he's ally. And then as soon as it became politically incorrect and it was clear that Hitler was bent on world domination, most of them, of course, changed their tune in public. Yet they shifted their support to Stalin and Stalin's communist Russia, which was even worse as far as their kill count than Nazi Germany ended up being.
Who made up 10% of the county's population left to fight overseas. And since all of the local Chads had gone off to...
And FDR was right there too. He was like Stalin's best friend. Like, yeah, Stalin's great. He's going to help us defeat Germany. In fact, let's give all of Europe to him. He literally gave all of all of the German territories that Patton could have he could have secured for the West and prevented all of the Russian rape and murder. Because after Germany invaded Russia, Russians were coming back with a hell-bent vengeance on the Germans. They were told directly by Stalin in cables, go, brave men of Russia, kill, rape their women, take their women, kill. And literally in that kind of verbiage. And that's exactly what the Russian soldiers did. They flowed back out of Russia into Germany, you know, while we were keeping a lot of their attention, and they were pincered between us and the Russians, between the Allied forces and the Russians. So at that point, Patton still could have driven forward and secured most of Europe, liberated, the Ukraine, liberated, maybe the Ukraine might have been too far gone at that point, but Berlin would have been ours, and Berlin was a key strategic point in that area. If you control Berlin, you control like most of the Germany area. We could have gotten all of the area south of Germany too. But FDR literally said, if I give everything to Stalin that Stalin wants, and he said, I can't hold Europe for more. He told Stalin directly, I can't hold Europe for more than like a few years. So it's yours when we're gone. He absolutely could have. The Allies could have liberated, secured the borders, and let the people secure their own borders when it was time for us to withdraw. And FDR knew that, but he loved the idea of communism. He was a hardcore leftist Democrat. He was like in Stalin's pocket totally. It's actually a great thing that he died, but a terrible thing that Truman was the one who took over after him.
Fight, a bigger fight. The men that stayed behind were undesirable, to say the least. And they actually aided the Democrats' increasing tyranny through their silence. In fact, the lack of decent men meant that law enforcement had no choice but to hire violent ex-cons. So basically the criminal...
Yeah, it's kind of funny how sociopaths and psychopaths tend to... they tend to hover towards positions of power, like positions of authority in medicine, in politics, and in law enforcement. Those are the top three fields that you'll find sociopaths and psychopaths, because they gravitate towards positions where they can abuse their power over other people for their own sadistic pleasure.
Justice system became...
That's not to say that there aren't great people in all of those fields, because also some of the most heroic people and most virtuous people, the most self-sacrificing and brave people also gravitate to those fields. But it's like two very strong mixtures in those fields, like very hot air and cold air mixing together to form this maelstrom of forces fighting against each other in all of these fields. And people always act like, oh, there's only one point of view. There's only one correct point of view in all of these fields. Now there's a lot of medical studies that contradict each other, because, studies can be finessed and finagled and, have their delta skewed so that it can present an outcome that the scientists actually want. And there's always different discoveries coming up. It's not like things that we knew yesterday are true today because we have new information. But that's when science and law enforcement and politics become more of a religion rather than a tool for people to lead better lives and more safe and prosperous lives, then it's just those become tools of tyranny, of 1984 groupthink, easy manipulation, easy propaganda. And it's infecting everything today as well.
A criminal justice system that absolutely ravaged the town of Athens. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why didn't the people of Athens just vote the Democrats out if their policies were so bad? Well, Sheriff Cantrell thought that too. So he was ready whenever an election rolled around. He began a policy of collecting ballot boxes from all of the voting precincts after the elections and taking them to the county jail in Athens, where poll watchers would be kicked out so that the ballot boxes could be stuffed with ballots belonging to dead or non-existent people.
However, where have I heard this before? Democrats kicking out poll watchers. Oh, that's right. It's a pattern throughout all of history.
However, this...
Throughout the entire history of the Democratic Party, this has been a problem.
Didn't stop investigations by the...
If you look at Chicago's history, if you look at Detroit's history, basically all the leftist-controlled cities, this has been a problem not only in the 1940s, not only in the 1920s, but ever since the the Civil War, this has been a problem.
Department of Justice in 1940, 1942, and 1944. But unfortunately, they were never resolved, allowing the Democrats to continue with its shady practices. In 1940, one of Cantrell's men, George Woods, was elected to the state legislature, and he immediately got to work in expanding the Democrats' power. In 1941, he introduced a bill that gerrymandered the absolute hell out of the county.
Yeah,
the number of
feed
voting
the Hydra.
precincts
Always
and
grow
justices
it.
of the peace were each halved, with most of the remaining justices being Cantrell's men. Soon after, Cantrell himself joined the big boys in the state senate and installed his deputy, Pat Mansfield, as sheriff. And in 4 years, Mansfield managed to accumulate just over $100,000. The Republicans...
In today's money, that would be like over... That's crazy.
Tried to fight back against this blatant corruption by using their influence in the McMinn County.
Can you imagine a sheriff making that much money today? Like over $1 million within 4 years? Yeah, that's something for like eternal investigations to check out.
Court to purchase voting machines and stop the Democrats from, as they say nowadays, fortifying the election.
Yeah, he's got a great accent. If I could have an accent, I think it'd be cool to either have like a Scottish.
Surely that would put a spanner in the works.
But don't get me wrong, I'm very thankful to have been born here, where I can actually say, still speak my mind somewhat, until YouTube decides to cancel me, if they do. Hopefully not. But, this guy, like I said, Count Dankula, got arrested for making a joke. So, still thankful I'm born here.
And enable the locals to vote the Democrats out.
And this is why I'm all for everyone coming to America, but through legal immigration. This is the best land, this is the best project in human history. This is the melting pot, taking the best from every culture to enhance our culture. It's not like assimilating to American culture is, anything other than you contributing the best parts of your culture to our overall culture. That's why it's, the United States of America, we the people. We've got many, diverse, we're probably the most diverse nation in all of history. And we're also the most tolerant nation in all of history. And people love to hate on America, but hey, people always love to hate on, the number one.
Right?
Sad but true.
No. George Woods abolished the court and sold the machines. The Democrat machine had gotten so big that it abolished all of its opposition. From here, they really had free reign
And of course, I'm not saying that America's perfect or anything, far from it. We've got many problems, but that's things to strive, working together to fix, not dividing ourselves into little pockets that fight against each other. We need to work together more.
started taking...
But, show me someplace that's better or has ever been better throughout history. I would really love to debate that.
...bribes in exchange for turning a blind eye to actual crimes, which led to the town being infested with prostitution, illegal booze, gambling, you name it, which tarnished the town's reputation and added some irony to the sign at the main highway into Athens, which referred to it as the friendly city. The situation got so bad that even if the locals could vote out the Democrats, they were too beaten down by the system to even try. The people of McMinn County,
Gee, that
especially the
sounds
women,
familiar.
were afraid of being pushed around by armed guards and decided to stay at home on polling day instead of putting up with the intimidation, especially since the Democrats used transparent...
Same thing happened in like Nazi Germany, fascist Italy, communist Russia, and the Ukraine, just all the territories that they controlled. It's not like all the people were, terrible, sympathizers for these tyrannical regimes. It's that they got so beaten down, and it seemed like this giant governmental force was too big to resist, that they felt like they couldn't do anything. And it got to the point where unless you were affiliated with the party, you couldn't get work. You couldn't get any work in the railroads, in the telecommunication systems, in any type of thing, even in entertainment industry. Unless you were party affiliated, you were canceled. You could not work. So this happens in all of these types of industries. And what's happening in America right now? Unless you're affiliated with a certain ideology, with what's politically correct, you'll get canceled. It'll be hard for you to find work, or you'll get fired from your job for making a Twitter joke while you're on an international flight. And it could have been someone else who grabbed your phone trolling you. But nope, you're already fired without even contacting someone. This is what we're living in right now. And it's just history repeating itself. These are lukewarm manifestations of things that will burn us to ashes if we let it continue.
Boxes to make sure that the people were voting right. The townsfolk that the people, especially since the Democrats used transparent boxes, intimidation.
They used transparent boxes to put the votes in.
Especially since the polling day, instead of putting up with the intimidation. Especially since on polling were afraid of being try. The people of McMinn County, especially the women, were afraid of being pushed around by armed guards and decided to stay at home on polling day instead of putting up with the intimidation.
That's actual voter intimidation.
Especially since the Democrats used transparent boxes to make sure that the people were voting right. The townsfolk were now living in a small, crime-riddled, authoritarian state where they had no say whatsoever in politics, and they were threatened for even thinking of stepping out of line. Things were getting really desperate. But salvation was soon to come. The war had ended, and the soldiers were coming home. The soldiers returned at the end of the war in 1945 to find their home in a complete state, thanks to the weasels that now lorded over the place. The economy had stagnated, local services such as schools had deteriorated, and the town had been
2 videos in one
overrun
night. Good job, Keegan.
with all kinds of villainy. Athens was reduced to a shell of its former self. Yes, they were understandably pretty angry to see that their home had been turned into a corrupt shit pile, especially when the...
Yeah, so imagine you've just fought World War II against Nazis, against National Socialists that were tyrannically trying to dominate the entire world, and you come home to find more people who are doing the exact same thing to your hometown. I don't think that those World War II, the greatest generation war veterans, would take that very kindly.
Democrats quickly turned on them. The soldiers were barely off the bus home before they were harassed by the deputies in the same way as the rest of the county. And the soldiers were furious when the Democrats robbed them of their mustering out pay.
Dear Lord.
Something clearly needed to be done, and the Republicans were no help whatsoever at this point. The soldiers quickly realised that if the Democrats were going to be ousted, they were going to have to do it themselves. The soldiers began to meet in secret, and on the 9th of May 1946, they announced a non-partisan ticket to rival the Democrat machine in the election on the 1st.
So the Republicans totally failed to oppose the corruption. Therefore, an independent party came along and that actually had backbone and had virtuous men and women in it to oppose the corruption.
Of August, over 300.
I sure wish that would happen today.
Soldiers answered the call to clean up the community with the aid of Big Jim Buttram
That can't be his real name.
as campaign manager.
That can't be his real name.
Big Jim Buttram. The cellmate that no one wants. They managed to raise over $8,000 from uncorrupted business owners, and they captured the hearts and minds of the county from their campaign headquarters in Athens, which wasn't exactly hard considering the people they were up against were hated by almost everyone. The soldiers fielded candidates for...
Partisanism is just collectivism these days. It's just choosing whether or not you want to be a leftist collectivist or a collectivist on, they call it the right, but these days the right is the Republican Party is practically just, a different version of leftism at this point. Just big government, more, instead of, the government being what it should be. Only there, not this monstrous entity, but only there for essential services, to protect the nation, to have an armed forces, and to, take care of disputes between the states and things like that, to have a president who can lead in, times of crisis, emergency situations, but controlled by a Senate, having, the federal court system and all that other stuff. But now it's like, it is this huge hydra, and it just keeps getting fed and fed and fed.
5 offices.
By both sides.
The most important being Knox Henry, who was facing off against Paul Cantrell himself because he had returned to run for his old job of sheriff. But obviously this town ain't big enough for the two of them, and the fight for the star-shaped badge was contentious, to say the least. At the end of July, the soldiers petitioned the FBI to send in election monitors, and they were completely ignored. But there was one allegation of fraud that the authorities took very seriously. Cantrell had the audacity to accuse the soldiers of printing sample ballots to stuff the boxes with.
Always accuse your enemy. This is typical Goebbels tactic. Always accuse your enemy of your own crimes. And like Hitler said, if you repeat a lie enough times and make it a big lie, people will believe it.
The absolute fucking cheek. In response, the soldiers offered a $1,000 reward for proof of any kind of corruption on their part. And that reward was probably the only money that the Democrats didn't take from the town. 2 days before the election, the soldiers and the Democrats ran ads in the local paper. The soldiers' ad basically summarised their platform and encouraged the community to believe in them and clean up the county. The Democrats' ad was just a salty response that tried to smear the soldiers. On the 1st of August, 1946, Election Day had arrived and the townsfolk went to the polls. At 9 a.m, the soldiers sent a message over the radio saying, "Go to your precincts, vote, and stay around all day to hear who wins." This is not old Germany. Hitler is not telling you how to vote. Don't be bothered by any scare campaign that Cantrell's henchmen may try. You will be safe at the polls, and your vote will be counted as cast. However, this statement proved to be a little too optimistic, and freeing Athens...
Hey, Sir Angelo, thank you for the $1 tip. I really appreciate that, good sir.
...would prove to be a Herculean task. More than 200 deputies were drafted in to intimidate voters and keep the soldiers from doing their job, keeping the voting precincts under armed guard. Trouble kicked off almost immediately after the polls opened. At 9:30 a.m, a soldier representative was arrested.
I think that's a Rush shirt. I'm not sure though. It looks familiar. I think it's an album cover, but I think it's Rush.
For protesting irregularities at the 1st Precinct's courthouse, despite being legally entitled to be there. To make matters even worse, the deputies refused to let Jim Buttram bail the guy out of the...
You donated $3.33, but it came out $1. Well, I'm thankful for the $1 anyway. But, you know, I'm thankful just for you being here. I appreciate that.
Jail. Sadly, the bad news coming to the campaign HQ only got worse, as Jim Buttram took in all of the reports of shenanigans.
Jim Buttram. I can't get over that. Big Jim Buttram.
At the polls. He then had to break the news that 2 telegrams that he had sent to the Governor and Attorney General had been ignored. The soldiers were on their own. However, this came as no surprise to a Marine Corps veteran named Bill White, who was undeterred and urged his fellow soldiers to take up arms and
urged his fellow soldiers. I love his accent.
Mobilise.
Beam me up, Scotty.
Buttram and their political advisor Otto Kennedy shot this idea down. But as Consul Otto Kennedy mobilise. But
oh, I see. The boys wanted to mobilize against the people who were voter intimidating at the polls, using the clear boxes for the votes and harassing everyone who was voting. So they wanted to go and have an armed presence to secure the polls, but, you know, it was basically shot down.
But Buttram and
the idea
and their political advisor Otto Kennedy shot this idea down. But as consolation for the dire situation, Kennedy did offer the soldiers his garage and tyre shop as a meeting place for after the election. At around 3 p.m, an elderly African-American man named Tom Gillespie arrived at the local waterworks with his poll tax receipt to cast his vote. But despite there being no legal reason whatsoever for Tom to not vote, a deputy named Windy Wise wasn't having it. Wise began harassing Tom on site with copious use of the gamer word. However, Tom stood his ground and insisted on exercising his rights. So Wise...
Good man.
Started...
Yeah, I know the story of Tom Gillespie. He stood his ground to cast his vote, even though he was shot by Wendy... whatever the fuck his name is. He's actually a guy, by the way. They named him Wendy. No wonder he was such an angry, toxic prick.
Beating Tom with brass knuckles. But age had not slowed old...
I didn't know he was beaten by brass knuckles first, but he also would get shot.
Tom down. And he was determined to enact his right to vote. So he got up, walked right into the polling place, and leaned against the wall with his arms crossed in a show of defiance.
See, that's a real fucking man right there.
Unfortunately, this bravery only infuriated Wise even further. So Wise then pulled out his gun and shot Tom in the back, and then arrested Tom and took him to jail.
And there were witnesses everywhere, by the way. So all the pollsters saw this happening, and they still, Wendy still shot the guy. He beat him with brass knuckles, then shot him, and then arrested him with all the witnesses watching.
Luckily, Tom survived. Now, if things were tense before...
Lady Empathy says, "Good night. I fell asleep. I don't know for how long, but I need sleep. Thanks for mod, Colin. Have a great rest of your stream as always." Well, thank you, Lady Empathy. Have a good night.
The sound of a gunshot at a polling place almost blew the powder keg. The nearby crowd was furious at what they just saw, But ultimately, they were powerless against the gun-toting deputies. However, the crowd did manage to help.
Which is why they had armed deputies at the polling places in the first place, to keep the crowds in line and to oppose the GIs from doing anything to secure the polls.
Someone out. 2 soldier poll watchers named Ed Vestal and Charles Scott were being held captive at the waterworks just after Tom was shot. Buttram risked his life to try and bargain for the soldiers' release, which resulted in one of Mansfield's deputies pointing a gun right in his face for trying to tell them how to run their election. Realising that no one was going to give up on them and that further attempts to free them would probably get someone killed, Vestal and Scott went, "Screw this," and freed themselves. Scott got up and launched himself from a desk into a glass door. And he...
Hey, Sirangelo, thank you for the additional 233 for the total 333 as you originally intended. Thank you, good sir.
Bounced right off of it. But before he could get the crap beaten out of him by angry deputies that were suddenly rushing towards him, he yeeted himself at the door again.
Wait. What?
But before he could get the crap beaten out of him by angry deputies...
Alright, so one of the GI captives, he threw himself at a window?
That were...
Or a glass door?
Suddenly rushing towards him, he yeeted himself at the door again.
Oh, it was a glass door.
And went straight through it. Vestal quickly followed suit, and the two of them then got up and hauled arse into the relative safety of the crowd with their hands up in the air to make sure that they wouldn't get shot. But the 2 men were covered in cuts from all of the shattered glass. Soon after, a poll watcher named Bob Harrell ran out of patience and confronted one of the deputies after spending the entire day watching this deputy take ballots from people without poll tax receipts, giving out bribes, and even letting small children vote. The deputy didn't hesitate to whack Bob over the head with a club, kick him in the face a few times when he hit the ground, and beat the ever-loving shit out
Angelo, a man of determination.
Of him. All Bob's partner, Les Dooley, could do was watch before he himself was held at gunpoint and the 2 men were sent to jail. The bastards even stole Bob's wallet. After this confrontation, the deputies...
That's all they are, is just robbers. The parasitical robbers stealing from the movers and the shakers, the producers.
Closed the polling place and blocked the entrance to the cafe where the voting took place. At 4 p.m, the polls finally closed. But the main event was only just beginning. Mansfield had sent 2 deputies to the soldiers' headquarters to recapture Scott and Vestal. Great plan. Send in just 2 guys to a building full of God knows how many pissed off soldiers who are just back from World War II that you have spent the entire day beating up and harassing.
Oh, and not just them, their family members too.
What a great plan.
You mess with a man, you know, he'll take so much shit, but you mess with a man's family, it's on.
Went exactly as you would expect. The deputies, thinking that they were hard as nails, pointed their guns at the soldiers and demanded that they hand over Scott and Vestal. The soldiers immediately disarmed the 2 deputies and beat the absolute shit out of them. The soldiers then tied both of them up inside the building. The soldiers now had 2 hostages. Luckily for these deputies, backup was being sent to bust them out and arrest Scott and Vestal. 2 more deputies were sent to the soldiers' headquarters. And the exact same thing happened again.
Oh, wait, shocking. You're saying there's complete incompetence in collectivist organizations? Shocking.
The soldiers now had 4 hostages. The deputies quickly realised that they would have to think bigger if they wanted their men back. So, this time, they sent 3 men to the soldiers' headquarters. 7 hostages. Why?
To a garage full of like 60 soldiers. 60 soldiers fresh back from World War II. You send 2 guys and then another 2 guys and then 3 guys. Brilliant.
While discussing what to do with the hostages, a number of soldiers wanted blood, which greatly disturbed Otto Kennedy, so he noped out of there and left. Fortunately, most of the soldiers knew better than to murder their enemies, so they simply took them 10 miles out into the woods, roughed them up a good bit, and then tied them to trees so that they could be left out of the way. At 6 p.m, despite the excitement of this incident, the few soldiers that hadn't gone home met at Otto Kennedy's garage. The mood was sour, to say the least. Everyone's spirits had been crushed under the weight of the events of the election. The Democrats...
Angelo says, it sounds more like a comedy action movie script than real life. Yep, that's what happens when your home turns into an idiocracy. Where people just get voted in and stay in power based on promises of free stuff. So they're voted in through selfishness rather than, actual productive platforms.
Influence was too strong and the ballot boxes were taken to the town jail, where Cantrell, Mansfield and around 50 deputies holed up with 4 soldier hostages for the standard procedure of stuffing the boxes away from prying eyes. The election had been stolen again. All of the soldiers' hard work had been for nothing. They tried to reform the system from within, but the democracy that they fought so hard for across the ocean had failed. Everyone's faith in the system had been crushed. All hope had been lost.
Yeah, history repeats itself again.
Or had it? As we all know, a man will go to extraordinary lengths to take what is his when pushed hard enough. And the soldiers were all extraordinary men. There was one man who refused to back down without a fight. Literally. Bill White, the Marine, saw another
Good
way.
old Marine.
You see, he remembered...
Look at this absolute Chad right here. Yeah, he ain't gonna take no shit.
That there was one little gift that the Founding Fathers left the American people for situations just like this.
The Second Amendment.
The Second Amendment. Bill knew that the fighting spirit of the room full of hardened veterans before him had to be brought forth with a rallying cry. So, in a big...
Oh, don't take it that it's your understanding of English. Many people find the Scottish and the Irish accent and many different English accents very hard to understand. Like Cockney is almost impossible to, or Pidgin, like British Pidgin in like some of the the areas of London, very, very difficult to understand. Americans, as bland as we are, at least we enunciate.
Hollywood.
Hey, not I, oh, not ow.
Moment, he stepped up and spoke. Now this is quite a long speech, but I'm keeping it in anyway, because it's glorious. Well, here you are, after 3 or 4...
In fact, let me see if there's closed captions to help people.
4 years of fighting for your country.
Thank you, Angelo. See, you're already helping me.
You survived it all. You came back. And what did you come back to? A free country? You came back to Athens, Tennessee, in McMinn County that's run by a bunch of outlaws. What for? One purpose.
This is the guy's speech that he gave to rally the troops. So they have 7 hostages that they ended up tying up to trees. But the choice right now is to either give up and let them get away with stealing the election again, which they've been doing for the past 10 years in McMinn County at this point that they know of, Or are they going to do something about it? And this Marine wants to do something about it. He wants to actually honor the spirit of the U.S. and its birth, the Declaration of Independence, that we established this nation against tyranny like this. We got away from tyranny like this. So, and that's why we constructed the Constitution and the laws that we have the way that we did, so that as the last resort, if there is corruption that cannot be voted out, that the people could still defend themselves and their rights. And the right to a free election is one of the most sacred rights of any human being.
It's glorious. Well, here you are. After 3 or 4 years of fighting for your country, you survived it all. You came back. And what did you come back to? A free country? You came back to Athens, Tennessee, and McMinn County, that's run by a bunch of outlaws. What for? One purpose: to scare you so bad that you won't dare stand up for the rights you've been bleeding and dying for. Some of your mothers and some of your sisters are afraid to walk down the streets to the polling places. Lots of men too. Because they know what happens. A car drives by in the night and shoots out your windows. If that doesn't scare you enough, they'll set fire to your house or your barn. They'll beat up members of your family and put them in jail for no reason. Is that the kind of freedom you were supposed to be fighting for? Do you know what your rights are supposed to be? How many rights have you got left? None. Not even the right to vote in a free election. When you lose that, you've lost everything. And you are damned well going to lose it unless you fight. And fight the only way they understand. Fire with fire. We've got to make this an honest election because we promised the people that if they voted, it would be an honest election. And it's going to be, but only if we see that it is. We are going to have to run these organised criminals out of town, and we can do it if we stick together. Are you afraid of them? Why, I could take a banana stalk and run every one of those pot-belly draft dodgers across Depot Hill. Get the hell out of here and get something to shoot with.
And keep in mind, that's one of the primary reasons why they were able to take control to that extent in the first place. All the good men had already gone off to World War II. So that made it much easier for them to consolidate and grow their power base at home. So when these guys came back, there was no alternative. The system had already been subverted to the point where they had no alternative but to take back their elections.
And come back as fast as you can. The regalvanized band of soldiers, which later became known as the Fighting Bunch, raided the national...
Sir Angelo says, I brought a friend here to stick for a while. Thank you, good sir. Hey, Sir Juan Diego Pino Romero. Hello.
Hello there.
Welcome.
National Guard Armory and stole 60 Enfield rifles.
Okay. Hold on.
Galvanized back and come back. Get the hell out of here and get something to shoot with. And come back as fast as you can. The regalvanized band of soldiers, which later became known as the Fighting Bunch, raided the National Guard Armory.
Now you might be wondering, why would men in the US have to raid a national armory? Shouldn't they already have like plenty of arms like at home? Well, keep in mind that during World War II, don't underestimate how much of everyone's resources, every industry and every individual's resources went towards the war effort. Like entire industries were completely rekeyed towards military manufacture. All weapons were submitted towards the war effort, like many of them were like donated to the war effort. And there wasn't a lot of money, at that point to even afford your own arms. And these soldiers, when they came back, their mustering out pay was stolen by the corrupt police officers who were arresting people for their own monetary incentives, because the more people they arrested, the more they got paid. And they got paid a portion of every every bit that they could squeeze out of the community. So these guys, the National Armory, this is exactly why it exists in the first place, for domestic defense. And this is organized crime that they're fighting.
And stole 60 Enfield rifles, 2 Tommy guns, and enough ammo for each
Tommy
man.
guns. Tommy guns are like the worst. You know, you see them in movies and like, you know, some of the police had them, but they were actually awful. They were very inaccurate. They were pretty terrible weapons.
To have 2 bandoliers each. It was showtime.
I'd much rather have an Enfield
converged
rifle.
on the jail at 7:30. But they weren't just going to form an orderly queue behind the red velvet rope and loiter around the town hall for a...
Sirangelo asks, "Hey Colin, what mic do you have?" This is the RE20, the Electro Voice RE20. It's like a classic in radio and stuff like that. Specifically built for voice.
A little while and maybe steal a podium until they got bored. Oh, no. These guys meant business, and there was a hell of a lot more at stake than some lefties' shoes.
Yeah, they might as well be toy guns. I mean, they're good for suppressive fire if you want to, you know, scare someone into keeping in cover. But if you actually want to hit them, I'd much rather have an Enfield rifle.
The soldiers took up positions on the road across from the jail, but left the back door unguarded to give any wounded deputies a safe way out. They also put men on the second floor of a bank across the road from the jail to give themselves the ultimate advantage. One of the soldiers called out to the deputies holed up in the jail, "Bring those boxes out and there won't be any trouble." It was nice of the soldiers to give the deputies...
So keep in mind, this is people who want to kick out all poll watchers to secure ballots so they can stuff them, versus people who want to take the ballots out into public where the entire community has gathered to spectate this siege on the jail and count the votes in public so everyone can see. These are the two sides right now.
A chance to give up. It's just a shame that they were too stubborn, and replied with, "You're going to have to come and get them." Well, if you say so. Every reasonable attempt to liberate the town had failed. So, the stage was set. At 9 p.m, both sides stood at opposite ends of the street, ready for the inevitable to play out. And, as the saying goes, the tree of liberty must be replenished from time to time with the blood of tyrants and patriots. And tyrants. And it was time to do a little gardening. Bill got tired of this pointless arguing back and forth and pulled back the bolt on his rifle. Hearing the click, the deputies hauled arse into the jail just before the first shots were fired. The first volley shattered the jail's windows, and the civilians in the street began to panic and run for cover. The first injury of the night occurred when a 50-year-old woman fell and hit her head on the pavement. So, you know, not too bad. But many other injuries on both sides soon followed, with deputies that didn't make it into the jail in time getting shot and crawling for shelter under cars or inside the jail itself. Others...
Hey, Sir Juan, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate that.
Simply walked it off. And
I think we're at we're almost at 2:30.
And took themselves to hospital with chests full of buckshot.
Just a flesh wound.
He got shot and he still walked to the hospital. That's like me. I got run over by a car when I was like 9 years old. Rolled down a hill after my entire right side got run over, and then I had to walk back up the hill and ask for help.
The street was ablaze with muzzle flashes as an orchestra of shotgun blasts, ricochets, and rifle cracks echoed across the town. You could even hear the gunshots in the background of the local radio broadcast. Bill shot out two lights
I hope he has a clip of that
near the jail to reduce the deputies' view of what they were aiming at. And also, an important thing to note, the deputies only had their standard issue pistols.
Yeah, revolvers. They would have been revolvers at the time.
And a single Tommy gun.
So we're talking about 6 shotters against 2 Tommy guns. Well, I guess they have 1 Tommy gun, which would have been practically useless unless they wanted to spray the crowd that was watching. But again, it's they were completely outgunned.
1776 had commenced again, and America's rebellious spirit had reawoken in Athens. The locals,
America's patriotic
were
spirit,
hyped. They were absolutely hyped. After the initial panic of the shootout had died down, the townsfolk found places where they could safely watch the gunfight while cheering on the soldiers and taunting the deputies. Boy, I do love a good boogaloo. In fact, everyone was having such a great time that some of the spectators and the soldiers' wives were serving the soldiers refreshments while they were hunkered down behind overturned cars.
Now those are true women.
As well as giving them words of encouragement as they handed them a nice cup of tea. Throughout the night, the two sides exchanged fire, although the attacks were very uncoordinated as the red brick jail was impenetrable to the small arms fire. But thanks to their position in the bank, it was easy enough for the soldiers to just light up the jail whenever anyone from the other side took a pot shot at them. At around midnight, a soldier named Cecil Smith ran out to a deputy who had spent...
Hey, absolutely, you're most welcome. Anyone's welcome to join the hangout, and if they have any comments about the video, then you're welcome to voice them. I'll pause it, and if you want to debate something, then we'll do that.
Spent 3 hours bleeding in front of the jail with a broken leg after having been shot while trying to make a break for it at the start of the battle. Cecil then carried out a transfusion using his own blood, which...
Okay, this guy is a hero.
After having been shot...
So one of the deputies got shot, and this guy goes... while the fighting is still, very, very possible to break out. They're sort of on a standoff right now, but he goes and he gives this guy a transfusion right there.
While trying to make a break for it at the start of the battle. Cecil then carried out a transfusion using his own blood, which saved the deputy's life, despite the
very deputy who is supporting the tyranny against the town. What a hero. See, that's what a true hero does.
That the two men had, Cecil didn't want anyone in his community to die. After all, it would make neighbourly barbecues pretty awkward. Eventually, the soldiers realised that the siege was becoming drawn out, and rumours of impending reinforcements had shaken their confidence, as they were essentially sitting Branch Davidians if the National Guard, state troopers, or even Polk County Sheriff showed up. It also didn't help that Mansfield kept threatening to kill the soldiers they had taken hostage if the soldiers didn't end the siege. Luckily, no soldiers in the jail were actually hurt. Well, they weren't hurt any more than they had already been at the time of their arrest.
Yeah, they were killed.
It was do or die. The soldiers had to wrap this up quickly or spend the rest of their lives behind bars. But while time was of the essence, the situation wasn't as bad as the soldiers thought. Cantrell did call the National Guard, but they refused to provide him with any backup. After all, this was all Cantrell's fault. He made his bed, so the National Guard told him that he could fucking lie in it. While this was happening, George Woods had also tried to phone Polk County Sheriff, but got a hold of his son instead, who responded to the call for help with, "Do you think I'm crazy?" and hung up. To make matters even worse for the deputies, they were seriously low on ammunition by 1 a.m. And the soldiers had also cut the telephone lines to the jail. As the battle
that was like the first thing they probably did.
Raged into the night, the soldiers tried tossing Molotov cocktails at the jail, which had no real
Angelo says, what are you giving away at 300 subs? I'll be giving away a gift card.
Effect on the deputies' defences because car fuel can't melt red brick.
What kind of gift card will depend on, what gaming platform the winner selects. It'll be Steam or PlayStation, Xbox, that type of thing.
With many of their weapons running
And it'll be a $30 gift card.
out of ammo, the soldiers needed something a bit more substantial. They needed a bit more bang for their buck. So the soldiers went to the county barn and got some dynamite. However,
the county barn is the county armory.
Before they could really start lighting up the jail, an ambulance pulled up at the front. The soldiers immediately ceased fire to allow what they thought was a medical evacuation. But instead of getting the wounded out of the jail, the ambulance was there so that Cantrell and Mansfield could escape.
They left the wounded there, their own people, to stay in the siege so that the leaders could escape. The corrupt sheriff and the corrupt Democrat, Cantrell.
So not only were Cantrell and Mansfield abandoning their men in the middle of a fight that they started, but they were also doing it in a vehicle that the soldiers could not fire upon without maybe committing some kind of war crime. The dynamite arrived at around 2:30, and the soldiers were quick to offer an ultimatum, saying, and I quote, "Turn the soldiers loose in 15 minutes, or we dynamite the jail." The deputies began to realise that they were screwed, and an ominous...
Well, yeah, I mean, they're threatening to kill the hostages anyway. So at that point...
quiet fell over the area. One woman screamed, "Don't do it, I've got a boy in that jail." But the crowd went wild. They were absolutely loving it. They were cheering the soldiers on, telling them to blow up the jail. At 2:48 a.m, a stick of dynamite was thrown under a police cruiser, which flipped it over. 3 more bundles were thrown in quick succession, 2 of which destroyed the jail's porch. And, for good measure, the soldiers also used the dynamite to blow up Mansfield's car. As expected, the explosions shook the deputies as hard as the city's windows and trees, and they finally surrendered at 3 a.m. After 6 hours of fighting, the ballot boxes were secured. Athens was about to have its first legitimate vote count in over a decade. But before the count could begin, the fighting continued. Years of frustration suddenly boiled over, and the civilians quickly became a lynch mob that started to unleash their fury.
See, that's a mistake. The first thing that they should have done was make sure that the soldiers were keeping the crowd in line, so it didn't become a lynch mob.
Fury on the surrendered deputies. Most of the deputies received savage beatings, but things quickly started to escalate. One deputy had his throat slit, and another was shot in the jaw. Things were getting a little out of hand. The mob also targeted police cars and the private cars of the deputies, which were identified by the license plates being from out of state. But luckily, the soldiers quickly restored order before anyone got killed, and they managed to maintain the moral high ground by respecting the defeated deputies' right to due process.
Good.
And the deputies were released the following morning. With the ballot boxes in safe hands, the votes were finally counted. After all that struggle, all that heartache, all of the literal blood, sweat and tears that went into fighting tooth and nail to ensure that the election wouldn't be rigged, a statement was read on the radio. The GIs, the soldiers, election officials, went to the polls unarmed to have a fair election, as Pat Mansfield promised. They were met with blackjacks and pistols. Several GI officials were beaten, and the ballot boxes were moved to the jail. The GI supporters went to the jail to get these ballot boxes and were met by gunfire. The GI candidates had promised that the votes would be counted as cast. They had no choice but to meet fire with fire. In the precincts where the GI candidates were allowed watchers, they led by 3-1 majorities. The GIs are elected and will serve as your county officials.
Huzzah! Independence Day.
They'd done it. And not only had they won the first honest election in Athens for over a decade, but it was an absolute landslide. McMinn County had finally been freed from the tyranny of the Democrat machine in the only successful armed rebellion since the American Revolution.
Well, Shays' rebellion was kind of successful in that it gave birth to the actual Constitution that we have.
But they weren't out of the woods just yet. Cantrell and Mansfield were still out there. Over 1,000 soldiers and civilians prepared for a retaliatory invasion by patrolling the streets for the next 3 nights and setting up machine guns at all of the entry points to the town. But luckily, the Democrats didn't come back, and no one suffered any legal repercussions from the battle. Except for Windy Wise, who was sentenced to 3 years in jail for shooting Tom Gillespie.
3 years? He was only sentenced to 3 years? I bet he didn't even serve at all. That is a really lenient sentence for attempted murder. And when you shoot a guy in the back after beating him with brass knuckles, that is absolutely attempted murder.
In the back. And you will be very happy to hear that after the battle had ended, Windy Wise immediately had...
Plus, it's voter suppression on top of that. It's assault. There's so many charges you could ladle on top of that. There's no way he only got... That's so fucked that he only got 3 years.
And the absolute shit kicked out of him by all of the town's...
Well, at least there's that.
...folk. But at least he saw the error of his ways, and he was quoted as saying, "No hard feelings. I don't blame the boys for wanting to get a few licks in at me. I had it coming." Good attitude. You are still an absolute scumbag, though. Once Pat Mansfield had resigned on the 4th of August and the election was certified by George Woods the following morning, Knox Henry served as sheriff for 2 terms until he passed away in 1952, with Otto Kennedy as his successor. The soldiers immediately got to work on cleaning up the town. The deputies from the previous administration that resigned were replaced. The gambling houses and their ilk were run out of town, and public officials were given a $5,000 salary cap.
See, that's another thing that we need. We need a salary cap on all of these government positions. No more lobbying, salary caps, and term limits for like senators and stuff.
His other first actions as sheriff was deputizing Bill, the man who gave that wonderful...
Jackaman says, "What is this video about?" It's about a town in Tennessee called Athens, and this was in the South at this point. The Democrats had very heavy control pretty much all over the South. And before the war, many of the Democrats were sympathetic towards Hitler and socialist systems, but also after Hitler became verboten, became clear for what he was, they shifted to supporting Stalin instead. But many of their tactics in the Democrat Party, like the KKK and stuff like that, as their military arm, were very similar to the tactics over there. So at home, while our boys were over there fighting World War II, many towns in the South were basically turned into small dictatorships that had no free elections. The police force were turned into basically another form of tax revenue for the bigwigs, who would then give more money to and incentivize the the police taking advantage of their communities to milk money out of them by arresting them for things that weren't crimes or accusing them of things that they didn't do. So when these guys came home from World War II and they found that their small communities had turned into this, it wasn't just in Athens that this happened. It's just that this video is about what happened in Athens. There were many other cities in the South that were like this, Democrat-controlled cities. So when these guys came back from World War II and they found that their families were being harassed and their town was taken over by this tyrannical government, they rebelled against it. Well, basically, they formed their independent party, their own independent party called, the GIs or something like that, and the GI party, and they were trying to gain enough votes to oust the incumbent Democrats who had been fixing the elections for 10 years by taking all the ballot boxes, using clear ballot boxes, taking them into the jail, kicking out all the vote watchers, and then stuffing the ballot boxes. So there literally wasn't a way to vote them out without resorting to this. So when these guys came home and they found all this stuff happening, they tried a legitimate election against them, and Mansfield promised that they would have a vote count with watchers from both sides present. But again, they just took the ballot boxes to the jail, kicked all the vote watchers out, and proceeded to try to stuff the ballots again. So, and they tried to go and arrest the GIs for trying to defend against all of the harassment that was happening at the polls and the voter intimidation. So the GIs weren't having it. They fought back. They took the police officers who came to arrest them like 2 by 2 and then a set of 3. They took them hostage, tied them up to trees, raided the National Guard armory for enough weapons to go liberate the ballot boxes so they can be counted in public rather than in secret. So that's exactly what they did. Luckily, no one died from either side. There were a few close calls, but the GIs weren't interested in killing anyone. They were just interested in having free elections. What true patriots these men were, their principles compelled them to defend free and honest elections rather than just laying down like the Republican Party had for over a decade and just let it happen and let it happen and let it happen. And they would contact the FBI and said, hey, send special investigators and special poll watchers so that they can't kick you out. But the FBI said, nope, no one else would help. No one else would do anything. There were no real investigations. So this was the only recourse. This was the redress of grievances that all citizens, all human beings really, are entitled to when their human rights are violated.
Full speech. And he was in charge.
Angelo says, I was about to study in Tennessee in Nashville University. Yeah, I was actually posted in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, close to Nashville. We would go to the guys and I would go down to Nashville like many weekends, blow our money unintelligently, unwisely on bars and, clubs and stuff like that. But it was a really good time.
Charge of keeping the soldiers in check. Bill went on to have an illustrious career of kicking arse and
Jackaman says, that's right, Democrats back then are modern day in Republicans, right? Or similar political objectives. No, that's actually incorrect. See, there's this idea that was inseminated that there was some philosophical flip of the parties between Republicans and Democrats. But it's actually incorrect. Democrats have always been the ones who, they were the Confederates during the Civil War, the ones fighting for slavery. And after that, they were the ones who established Jim Crow. They were the ones who fought against civil rights. And a few people in the Senate flipped sides, and that was used as justification. People who were rhinos weren't ever really Republicans, and that still happens today. But they ended up flipping sides to the Democrats, and some of the Democrats ended up flipping sides to the Republicans to confuse things. So what happened during the civil rights movement is still the Republicans were the ones fighting for the civil rights. But what happened is the Democrats, after the flip, they started putting things into the bills that were just porking it up. It was offering more and more free stuff, basically things that were unsustainable. So the Republicans started fighting against those things within the civil rights bills, not against civil rights itself, but because they were trying to fight against all these other things that were being inserted that had nothing to do with civil rights, just offering people free stuff. They didn't want to do that. And you know, reparations and stuff like that. Like, you know, we're talking about people who fought against slavery. You know, many people fought from all races in the U.S., white guys, Native Americans, black guys, all of us fought against slavery in the Union, in the Republican side. But they want everyone to pay reparations for something that people bled to stop and who probably had nothing to do with slavery. So, I mean, the first slave owner was a black Democrat, and he fought to establish slavery in the South and make it legal and acceptable. So, you know, it's not that Republicans have terrible PR and they're just a failed party in general. They're nothing like they used to be as far as, like, you know, Washington and, you know, even Lincoln, who himself was a virulent racist, but it's still, he was a means to something that was good, but he himself was a pretty racist guy. Even though he's like glorified these days, he wanted to send. After the Civil War, he wanted to send all black people back to Africa, which would have been a terrible fate for them, considering that they were sold by people and you know, their own like tribesmen and stuff, and it was a very even less pleasant back then than it is now, as far as quality of life goes. So they would have been much better here, you know, free and having all of their rights, no Jim Crow. And it's funny because back during Jim Crow, they were actually economically on par with white people. So, and then and that's because they were such an insulated community. They would always, you know, shop within community stores and stuff like that, sort of like Chinatown and stuff does now. Asians are a very tight-knit community, and they like shop within each other, support each other economically, and they rise very quickly, and they're actually ahead of white people in economic stats as far as prosperity goes, because they have such a strong community and a strong emphasis on success, you know, driving their children to study and enter prominent fields or just be successful. It's a very important thing, and it has an actual effect. You know, teach your children young the right way, and when they're old, they'll follow it. So this whole philosophical or ideological flip of the parties is a complete myth. You know, again, look at today. What have the Democrats done for minorities, really, besides promise them things that they don't deliver and rile up tensions and accuse their opponents of all of their own crimes today and yesterday, all throughout history? That's just their modus operandi. That's their pattern of behavior. Always accuse the enemy of your own crimes, always try to confuse. And it's always less impactful when you've already been accused of something to then turn around and say, no, you. You know, no, you. That's why they always take the attack.
Taking names. When trying to repossess a doctor's car, Bill was...
Jackaman says, fun fact, in the 80s, 90s, each political side decided to swap their colors. Yeah, the symbolism I'm not concerned with, only the actions, only the history of both parties.
Was actually shot at, and he also apprehended a serial burglar and also a murderer that had escaped from prison. One man that Bill had pulled over for drunk driving didn't want to be taken alive, but the hammer of his gun got caught in his trousers. So Bill arrested him instead of obliging him. Oh, and Bill also blew up a giant 70-gallon still with 8 sticks of dynamite. Because...
Nice.
Why
what
not?
A Chad.
But what about Cantrell and Mansfield?
Yeah.
Where did they end up after their escape?
Hopefully
Did
in prison.
the people of Athens ever get them back for the absolute hell they put them through for that 10 years? Well, Cantrell laid low for a while in
Welcome back,
Hamilton
Anakin.
County
Doing
before
good.
settling down in Etowah, another city in McMinn County, where he ran the town bank with his brothers, because of course the slimy bastard that swindled his community would become a banker. Mansfield actually returned to Athens, but surprisingly he managed to live the rest of his life in peace. He had a nice chat with Otto Kennedy to bury the hatchet, and there was no bad blood between them. Mansfield is quoted as saying, "I'm through with politics for good. It'll sure mess you up sometimes. I'm going back to railroading." Sadly, old party affiliations returned as time went on, and the soldier coalition fell apart, giving rise to the same kinds of cliques that they fought so hard to prevent. However, the soldier struggle wasn't in vain. The Battle of Athens inspired similar campaigns in other counties across Tennessee, although they were much less violent because the powers that be knew that the soldiers were not to be messed with, which led to the collapse of the E.H. Crump political machine. And
True, that is a biblical quote. There's a lot of wisdom to be found in the Bible.
Snowballed into the decline of other political machines all over the South. Despite having bravely put their lives on the line to fight corruption, the soldiers were lambasted in the press, which shouldn't be a surprise. The establishment hates being disrupted. The New York Times was particularly scathing, basically calling the soldiers a bunch of thugs that should have used the system to reform their community peacefully.
They literally tried to do that. They held an election and they won 3-1 once the ballots were actually counted in public. So they did try that, but they were still going to stuff the ballot boxes. They've been doing it for 10 years. So New York Times were just as dumb back then as they are now.
Which they tried to do that, but the system was rigged to prevent them from doing that. They wouldn't have had to boogaloo if the system actually worked in the first place. Fortunately, with the power of hindsight and the full context of the situation becoming widespread, public opinion on the battle is much more positive now. The common term used to refer to this incident is based. Also, the Tennessee Historical Commission immortalised the Battle of Athens with a marker detailing the soldiers' deeds at the site of the battle. The soldiers are remembered in Athens as pillars of the community that were involved in not only politics, but their churches and various civic clubs. One local judge
not just pillars of the community, pillars of the nation. Their actions resulted in a shockwave throughout the South that liberated many other towns similarly.
said, and I quote, "They led positive and productive lives, and they left a legacy that their families can and should be very proud of. In short, they proved themselves to be the very kind of good citizens that deserve a fair and honest government to represent them, which is all they had ever asked for in the first place." Ultimately, the soldiers that fought in the Battle of Athens are not only inspirational figures for the way they exemplified the expression, "give me liberty or give me death," but also for their conduct leading up to, during, and after the battle. They truly didn't want it to come to blows, and they went out of their way to make sure that no one died. All they wanted was the best for their community, and the lengths they were willing to go to protect the freedom of both their neighbours and the world can't be commended enough.
And their enemies too. I mean, it's not like this only applies to one side, and that's what people forget. You know, when people accrue these enormous powers and then abuse them, you're always going to come under the hammer at some point. You will be caught between the anvil and the hammer.
If only modern politicians could follow their example. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, big salute to those true men, those true patriots. All right, so that's the end of the video there. I'm going to give it a like. I liked that. So I knew about the Battle of Athens before, but there was a lot of stuff in there that I didn't know. So pretty good presentation, Dank. Although, seriously, when you've got your volume being normalized to or when you at 0.6% dB, that's a little loud, bro. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes and we'll watch some more some lighter content, stuff that's a little more fun. Like I said, I'm a huge Star Trek fan, so we're gonna go through this little thing talking about the production hell that Star Trek V went through. Not considered the strongest Star Trek movie at all by most fans, but I'm curious to know what exactly caused the issues there. And Critical Drinker has some pretty funny videos. So, but briefly, like this, he said that the Battle of Athens was like the only successful rebellion or sort of revolution since the Revolutionary War. Well, that's not quite true, because back when I referenced Shave's Rebellion, it was kind of a sort of similar situation where after the Revolutionary War, there were the soldiers who came back, they didn't really get paid, and you know, some of them were injured, but they didn't have a lot of money to work with. And the states at the time, you know, there was no constitution. There was only this thing called the Articles of Confederation. And the Articles of Confederation basically made each state its own sort of sovereign nation, but in times of need, they would band together, and the Confederate government would petition each state to give funding for, like, say, a joint army or something like that, in case, like, the English aggressed again or something, tried to take back the U.S. But this resulted in each state having, like, its own, like, paper currency that was considered worthless by, like, every other state. And even most people within those states found the currency worthless. So these people who came back from the Revolutionary War broke and dispirited, trying to build a new nation out of nothing. Many of them ended up taking out loans to start businesses, to start farms. And a time came when the paper money that they were issuing by these sort of new states were considered worthless by the bankers, and they started calling in all of their loans, but they demanded payment in gold and silver, actual hard currency. And the farmers couldn't pay. And back then, if you had a debt and you couldn't pay it, you went to prison. It wasn't just your credit score was ruined. You lost your freedom. So in Massachusetts, this guy named Shays, actually, he was fed up with it. He wasn't paid for his fight in the war. I think he was also injured. But when the bankers tried to take his stuff, he actually gathered a bunch of other veterans and raided the courthouses and made it, because the courthouse is where you would have to go to explain like how you would pay back this debt, and if you couldn't, then you go to prison. So he basically made it so all the courthouses were I think he destroyed them, if I remember, and then, you know, he was kind of like the Robin Hood of the day in the US. And eventually the bankers got together and they funded a private militia to stop him. And he was stopped. But what this resulted in was the convention of the Constitutional Convention, because the states got together and said, you know, this isn't working. The Articles of Confederation aren't working. And it's hard to sort of go into the argument that was going on at the time without referencing like the Federalist Papers. Maybe we'll go through some of that on another video, another day. But that would be a good stream just to go through some of the Federalist Papers and the arguments on both sides for a federal government and against the federal government, like the dangers, the pros and the cons. And those are very important things for people in modern day to consider as well. All of these things are, because history just repeats, it's just a rhyme. So we need to understand these things. A lot of these things we're going through in slightly distorted echoes, but we're still feeling it. We're still hearing the echoes of the past in the way that our culture is running, in the cancer culture, and not just in entertainment, but in our professions, in politics, in all of these things. The way that elections are going, where you can't even have investigations that are effective, and people delete the data from the voting machines, or refuse, even when they have multiple court orders to turn over evidence in machines and all that, and they refuse to. These are troubling times, but it's easier just to shut up about it, or ramble on like. It's easier to shut up about it and just go with the flow, really. But I guess I'll just ramble. Oh, let me take a break here. I'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll watch something a little more fun.
You never start with a group of people saying, we have to form a government. What's it going to be? A king is nearly always addressed as Sir, Sire, Father. Some king might succeed who was rather weak in the head. One way and another, monarchy gets weaker.
Our struggle needs and demands this potentially mighty force.
It may take some little time before people at large realize that they have the power to do what they like.
But the vast run of mankind would prefer power, status, and wealth.
I'm beginning to have doubts about the wisdom of
power, status, and wealth.
To at least the poor, the whole doctrine of equality seems to make nonsense if the political equality is matched by this terrific inequality of wealth and security and comfort.
Mobilize much more to people's power. All of us together as comrades in struggle. All of us together as comrades in struggle. Our task is to make government impossible.
In effect, the state has disintegrated into a patchwork of independent small territories. They still have the wealthy and the middle class and the poorer people and the very poor indeed.
Well, then, do we come to the end with democracy? Democracy presumably can only reproduce itself with more democracy, biologically, or is there some principle in democracy which leads to even further change?
Yes, the principle in democracy is one tending first towards socialism and from that towards chaos. And the chaos, in its turn, produces dictatorship. And so that brings us back to a single form of rule and tends to create monarchy. And so we're back where we started.
From the rule of one to the few to the many, then back to dictatorship, the rule of the one ultimately consolidating itself as monarchy.
And so we're back where we started. You never start with a group of people saying, we have to form a government, what's it going to be?
You and I can be happy. Not just now, but for the next 20 minutes. Ellen, you won't hate yourself in the morning. You can sleep till noon.
the easier she is to pet.
Yesterday, it was a day in which I did absolutely nothing. If anybody asked me what I was doing, I would have said creating, which is a hell of an easy hour.
Plan every day's activities, both your business and personal life, in estimated hours and minutes. Tomorrow will be now when we reach it. There is no tangible past or yesterday, only memory.
Memory is invaluable.
No time is money. You know, it's a good expression, but it doesn't really mean anything.
difference between success and failure. It gives one man time to spare while another man never has time enough.
We're going.
Shit! Save it.
Pulse, pressure, blood count, body function normal.
What is really essential? Don't commit yourself to doing the same task in the same way, day after day, merely because that happens to be the way it has always been done. An irreversible river, the events of yesterday, the plans for tomorrow, and the elusive fleeting instant we call now.
I'm sorry.
Throughout recorded history, many men have described time. Few have understood it.
Doctors took the brain out of his head, brought it into the laboratory, and began to experiment with it.
By controlling your mind, you can control your destiny here on Earth.
Does my TV set use more electricity than an electric chair?
Yes.
Television, oh boy, I'm gonna be rich.
Yes.
How can I tell how many customers will order chicken burgers today? I'm not a magician.
Why are chicken burgers such a problem?
I figure you believe you're descended from an ape, you're gonna act like an ape.
Look man, act man. Accept your liabilities. Cultivate your asset. Cultivate your asset.
You're gonna act like an
Cultivate your asset. Cultivate your
ape.
asset.
You're gonna act like an
Cultivate
ape.
your asset. Cultivate your asset.
You're gonna act like an
Cultivate your asset. Cultivate your
ape.
asset.
You're gonna act like an ape.
Those were the most delicious, delectable, almost indecently perfect pancakes.
For many years, doctors have tried to find out if there's a difference in people's brains. You have all the brains you will ever need. You have all the brains you will ever need.
I wanna start living. Yeah, living, not just having it made. I wanna suffer a little.
I don't think that's funny.
Please, sir, let us in on some of your wonderful secrets, and I'm sure you must have many.
More civilized people eat their pancakes with lemon. Eat their pancakes with lemon. Eat their pancakes with lemon. More civilized people eat their pancakes with lemon. Eat their pancakes with lemon. Eat their pancakes with lemon.
traffic. Bicycles don't get stuck in traffic. Did you ever think of that?
Welcome back. Sir Black says, oops. Sir Black says, many things apparently. Let me scroll up. We should go back to the gold standard, says Sir Black. Paper fiat currency is worthless. Yeah, I agree that that's not only what we should do, but that's inevitably what we must do and what we will do. Because, you know, international monetary organizations like the IMF, the World Bank, even the Federal Reserve officials are saying that there's going to have to be a global reset, economic reset, where basically all debt is reset, because at this point it's bloating to the point where it just cannot be paid back. So that turns us all into debt slaves. That's why many nations are going back to the gold standard. And I think that what we inevitably will do is have a cryptocurrency backed by gold. And that's what we need to do. So, I mean, China's already doing it. Their yuan, their digital yuan. So we cannot be behind China on the having a national cryptocurrency. Anywho, and that it needs to that blockchain needs to be as transparent as possible. You know, as far as being able to track all government spending, everyone can just look on the ledger and see what's being spent by the government on what. You know, that helps accountability and stuff. And yeah, 1789 U.S. Constitution. Yeah, well, yeah. That was the great thing about Shays' rebellion. I mean, he actually petitioned the government at the time for a redress of grievances, and that resulted in the Constitution that we have today, recognizing property rights, recognizing, you know, your Fifth Amendment rights, recognizing your Second Amendment rights, all of those things, which are human rights that the Constitution doesn't give us. It enshrines as a God-given, inalienable right. All of these rights are human, inalienable rights given by God. And that's why we welcome people from all over the world to come here legally through legal immigration. And we want your best, really, not your worst. We don't want the worst that you have to offer. We want the best you have to offer so we can build the best place for everyone. But, you know, open borders just makes it easy for you to promise gullible, desperate people free stuff to get, you know, free votes. Anywho, let's watch something a little more fun now. Sir Angelo says, Colin, have you ever tried the Galactic Contention mod in Squad? What is Squad's that sort of tactical shooter, right? Let me see. Sir Black says, freedom is not free. Yeah, that's hold on, I saw something you said there. And I was going to respond to. But yeah, anyway, Keegan says, I think that my 75 sub special got corrupted. Oh, that's sad. I've had that happen. Well, maybe it's just an opportunity to do it even better than before. All right, so let's take a look at this video from the Critical Drinker about the production hell that Star Trek V went through.
Now, it's no secret that I'm a big fan of classic Star Trek, especially the movies with the original cast. For me, films like Wrath of Khan and Undiscovered Country represent the very best that the franchise has to offer. Shit man, even the motion picture isn't too bad if you're drunk or high, or both. But there's one movie that even the most hardcore Trek fans struggle to defend, and that most people, including Paramount, would probably rather forget.
Oh, come on, it wasn't that bad.
Star Trek V, The Final Frontier, is a muddled, meandering disaster with a shoddy script, special effects that generate more laughs than the actual goofy attempts at comedy, and a story that tries and fails to grapple with heavy ideas that are totally incompatible with Star Trek.
I would disagree with that. If you look at the original series, like the first and second season, there are so many episodes where they're dealing with godlike entities, even some of them that claim to be gods, just exactly like this entity did. Star Trek V was an actual callback to the original series. And that's why it kind of threw people, because the original series morphed after it ended into the movies, which were much more serious, much more dark. Like Star Trek II was really freaking dark compared to anything that came before it. And then I guess the change in tone threw people, because there was quite a gap between this and the original series. But yeah, a lot of the things were done clunkily. The writing was weird. The special effects were terrible for the time. But I think they were sort of intentionally made like that as a callback to the original series, because that's how the original series was. The writing was campy and clunky, and a lot of the characters were campy and, stuff like that. I mean, Spock was terrible in the first... the pilot episodes, like when Captain Pike was still in charge of the Enterprise. That was terrible. A lot of the things were terrible until, like, I don't know, maybe a few episodes into the first season at least.
The Final Frontier was a critical and commercial flop that ended Star Trek's winning streak and all.
Angelo says, take a look when you have time at the Galactic Contention mod. I will. I'll take it. Look at it.
Almost sank the entire franchise in the process.
And Anakin really wants me to look at that Man Has Fallen in the River in Lego City. So maybe at the end, Anakin, I'll watch it just for you, okay?
But, as always, the box office tallies and critical reviews are only half the story. When you understand all the problems, struggles and conflicts that went on behind the scenes of this movie, you begin to realise why the end product was such a fucking disaster. And, as always, the drinker's here to point and laugh at it. So join me for another episode of Production Hell. The seeds of Final Frontier's downfall were actually sown way back in the 1960s, when the original series was still going. To prevent favoritism and jealousy between the show...
Oh, they're talking about the contract between Leonard Nimoy and William Shatner, because there was kind of a contention between them, creative egos butting against each other. Because, I mean, Leonard Nimoy was definitely on the show first. He's like the one of the anchors of the show, but they got to the point where they had to offer them contracts where they each got equal directing rights to direct different movies. So Bill Shatner got, I think did he do the first one? I don't remember, but Leonard Nimoy did The Search for Spock, which is many people's favorite of the Star Trek movies besides the last one. And Bill Shatner got to direct Star Trek V. And we all know how that turned out, but I think it was a sort of, like I said, a love letter to the original series.
Show's two main stars, William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy, negotiated what they called a favoured nations clause in their contracts, which basically meant that what one actor got, so did the other. If Shatner got a pay raise, for example, then so did Nimoy. Great, but what the fuck does a 20-year-old agreement have to do with The Final Frontier? Well, Leonard Nimoy had directed the previous 2 movies, and done a pretty good job as it happens. Meanwhile, Shatner was embroiled in a pay dispute with Paramount, and one of the incentives that they offered to bring him back in was to let him direct the next movie. Needless to say, Shatner jumped at the chance, and all was well. The only problem was that nobody knew what the fuck the movie should be about. The 3-film arc that had kept the franchise going since 1982 had ended with The Voyage Home, and now they basically had a blank slate with their new movie and no idea what to put on it. Flicking through TV late one night, Shatner happened to end up on a televangelist channel and was immediately enthralled by it. The idea of a charismatic leader who could sway people to his cause and convince them to do almost anything soon formed the backbone of his new antagonist. His initial concept would easily have been the most expensive and ambitious Star Trek movie ever. An epic galaxy-spanning adventure about a fanatical religious leader taking over the Enterprise, brainwashing the crew, and using the ship to travel to a distant planet in search of God. It would have had angels, demons, paradise planets, and fiery destructive hellscapes, and an all-powerful entity claiming to be God, only to get unmasked as Satan himself.
What? Wow, that was that was quite the original script, Bill. Bill actually wrote a few Star Trek books too that were really, really, really good. Some of the best. It's funny too because the cast members of the Star Trek series have written some of the best Star Trek content. Like the guy who played Q, John Delancey, he wrote a really good one. The guy who played, the Taylor, dear Lord, why is it escaping me right now? The Cardassian Taylor in Deep Space Nine. Ooh. But anyway, his actor wrote a really good book around his character too, which is my favorite probably in the Star Trek series, as far as ones written by the actors. But Bill Shatner wrote a few ones. I listened to the audiobooks that involve like the Borg and Picard and the Romulans, and it was really good. So, because he brought Captain Kirk back to life because he regretted killing him off in Generations, basically allowing him to be killed the way he even was killed in Generations.
Of course,
Ace says, and welcome back, Ace. I see we've gotten to Critical Drinker, indeed. I love his vids, me too. What I've seen so far. Senate says, can I have 645 points? If I feel like it, or if you've earned it. Like if you win quizzes and stuff. Or opening. And if you stay till the end, I'll give extra points. Shatner can't sin or direct. I mean, like, I was young when I watched this, of course. Pardon me, I was sneezing. And we all know how I feel about kids having terrible taste in things. So maybe I'm a little, I'm lensing it through that, childhood nostalgia. But I don't think it's as bad as many make it out to be. Could have been better, but it still seems like in the form that the original script seems out there for Star Wars, but the final product seems very much like the original series to me.
Only James T. Kirk could stop him. This idea was apparently good enough to get the movie greenlit by Paramount, but what he really needed now was a writer and producer.
It even has Aurora singing like she used to in the original series. I mean, she had like the voice of a siren. She was gorgeous, and they recalled that in this movie in pretty much better than they did in any other.
Producer. Harve Bennett had successfully produced the last 3 Star Trek movies, but by now he was burned out and
Silver
reluctant
Fox
to come
at that
back.
point.
Only when Shatner personally travelled to his home and spent hours talking with him did he manage to win the guy over. But even then, Bennett objected to the heavy religious overtones of Shatner's movie. So did Gene Roddenberry, who had apparently wanted to explore similar ideas with the motion picture 10 years earlier, only to get shit-canned by Paramount and was still bitter about it.
Wait, so his position was, I couldn't do it, so you can't do it either? Come on.
Leonard Nimoy and DeForest Kelly weren't exactly thrilled either, feeling like their characters were being deliberately shit on to make Kirk look more heroic. The rest of the cast also started causing problems when they realised that most of them had been relegated to glorified extras, or used as the butt of cheap jokes that were totally out of step with the rest of the film.
I know this ship like the back of my hand.
Even Paramount themselves were unwilling.
Yeah, that was not good. Scotty really does know the ship like the back of his hand. He would not have hit his head
To sign off such a massive and ambitious production, forcing Shatner to drop many of his special effects shots and scale back the rest of the story to make it more cost effective. The result was a fragmented, compromised screenplay that didn't really satisfy anyone, but by this point it was all they had. Star Trek was losing its momentum after 2 years without any movies, so the only answer was to go straight into production in 1988 and just hope they could figure out the script issues along the way. Unfortunately, things didn't get much better once production started in October. A Hollywood truck driver strike meant the production had to use non-union workers, and when one of their camera trucks mysteriously exploded outside the studio, they were forced to head out to location under cover of darkness with a fucking police escort to protect them. Not exactly a great start. The first major scene they filmed had Shatner free climbing an enormous vertical cliff in Yosemite National Park, which was actually just a fiberglass mock-up in a nearby parking lot. It seemed like a great idea at the time. Unfortunately, nobody noticed the pine tree in the background that totally ruined the illusion until they'd wrapped, forcing them to go back and reshoot the whole thing again. Filming in the Mojave Desert
What? Nobody noticed or caught that?
Wasn't any better. Temperatures quickly soared to over 110 degrees, causing cast and crew members to pass out from dehydration. Crew buses failed to show up, leaving Shatner and the others stranded in the middle of nowhere for hours on end. At one point, it all became too much for Shatner, who allegedly snapped under the extreme conditions and started screaming at his production managers. The worst was yet to come though. Shatner's original idea for the finale of the movie would have seen a tropical paradise planet transformed into a fiery hellscape, with CGI demons and monsters coming after him, Spock and McCoy. Clearly this would have been expensive as fuck to film, so an increasingly nervous Paramount pulled the plug on the idea. The animated demons were replaced with rock monsters that would rise up out of the ground to attack the heroes, and it would all be done with practical effects to save money. In this case, a prosthetic suit designed to breathe fire and emit smoke like it was made out of lava. Shatner wanted 6 of the things. Paramount only gave him 1.
That's an original series quality monster right there.
And pretty soon it became clear that the rock monster wasn't everything they'd hoped for. The flamethrower didn't work, and the smoke got blown away by the wind, so that all you were left with was a man waddling around in a big fake rubber suit. Needless to say, they soon abandoned the idea, leaving Shatner with no option but to shoot a bunch of generic footage and just hope that they could cobble something together in post-production. With the location shoots finally wrapped, the production moved into sound stages for the interior stuff, and miraculously, it actually went pretty smoothly. Damn, maybe this film wasn't too bad after all. I mean, shooting on location is always a pain in the arse, so maybe it was going to be plain sailing from now on.
You serious?
Unfortunately, the problems only got worse when it came to post-production. See,
yeah, choosing to film in the desert for like your first director gig, pretty ballsy.
Star Trek movies up to this point had used ILM for all their special effects work, and to be fair, they'd been worth every penny.
Yeah.
Most of them still hold up pretty well even today. Unfortunately, by the late 80s, movies were getting more and more ambitious, and ILM were already committed to other projects, which meant that Paramount needed a cheaper alternative. The company they finally settled on was headed up by Brad Ferrin, and they were given 3 months to complete all the required effects work, about half as much time as they actually needed.
3 months?
The end result, and there's no way of sugarcoating this really, is
That's
that the movie
ridiculous.
ended up looking like ass. All the space combat scenes look like they came out of the original series from the 1960s, and the shots of the Great Barrier or the God Entity are basically just a bunch of swirling clouds awkwardly composited into the action. It's cheap and nasty, and a massive step backwards from the previous movies. But like so many aspects of this film, it was the best they could do with the time and budget available. All of these different elements ultimately combined together to create a film that was kind of an uneven, confused mess, too far removed from traditional Star Trek to appeal to core fans. But
Shatner wrote Tech Wars. I remember that. I remember there was a a show on TV or something like that too.
Too niche and high-minded to capture a wider audience. The movie was duly panned by critics and fans alike, and despite a strong opening weekend, it quickly tailed off at the box office to become one of the major disappointments of 1989.
Yeah. Critical Drinker, great production. Hell series includes Abyss, Apocalypse Now. I haven't seen either. I liked Abyss, but I haven't seen either of those production hells. And Apocalypse Now, I think I've heard that there were a lot of problems on set.
The fallout from The Final Frontier actually put the future of Star Trek at risk for a while, and Paramount only agreed to make The Undiscovered Country on a considerably reduced budget to give the original crew a proper farewell. And it's a shame, really, because I think there's some great individual elements.
The Undiscovered Country is probably my favorite, besides like The Search for Spock.
This film, whether it's a nighttime assault.
Not The Search for Spock. The Star Trek 4.
On a desert outpost, or watching a devastated McCoy euthanize his terminally ill father, or an adventure that takes you from a campfire at Yosemite to a desolate planet on the other side of the galaxy, The Final Frontier is a movie packed full of ideas and ambition. It's a film that genuinely strives to do something big and profound, and I'll give Shatner credit for really delving into the dynamic between the three lead characters, giving them all a chance to shine and play off each other. The problem is that none of these grand ideas really gel into a satisfying whole, partly through a compromised script, partly through endless budget reductions, and partly because it was a flawed idea to begin with. It should have been obvious to everyone involved that the central story about the search for God was never going to have a satisfying conclusion. Honestly though, part of me kinda wishes we'd gotten to see Shatner's original epic adventure in all its glory, with all the big extravagant special effects
it would have been like
religious overtones laid.
It would have been the who's the guy who wrote The Room? Tommy Wiseau. Would have been like the Tommy Wiseau of Star Trek. The Room of Star Trek.
Out for all the world to see. Yeah, it probably would have been an even bigger disaster.
But again, they did practically the same story in the original series. Gene Roddenberry, so many different episodes where basically it was religious themed.
Than what we...
The search for God and, false gods and things like that.
God, but damn, at least it would have been fun to watch. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
But then again, that was back when Star Trek, like in the original series, the studios sterilized Star Trek. Paramount, good riddance to Paramount. Although CBS is even worse to Star Trek now. But they completely altered the identity of Star Trek from what Roddenberry had in mind. It wasn't space communism, which is what it ended up being. In the original series, they still referred to money. They still referred to God. Kirk was like, there's only one true God, when he was confronted by Apollo. So, that was back when, the captain could still believe in God and, there was still actual money in the Federation, but it was more of a libertarian society where the government was only there to, have, first of all, to protect the people, but also there was commerce and trade and things like that. So, but by the time, Paramount started sterilizing it, no captain could ever believe in God, and religion was completely, gone, and, it was considered primitive, and there was no money anymore. It was basically an idealized version of space communism. And Roddenberry was probably rolling over in his grave about what it's turned into, with Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard completely destroying the good things about, like Picard destroyed the legacy of the Next Generation and shat all over it and the character Picard. And Discovery just shits on all of the legacy of Star Trek in general. Literally epitomizing and giving us a version on screen of a Mary Sue, which was, the whole concept and term Mary Sue came from a Star Trek original series fan fiction that featured the character Mary Sue, who was an original character that all the, Kirk and Spock and McCoy liked immediately, and she was the best at everything. She was a better commander than Kirk. She was better at science than Spock. She was a better doctor than, she was just the best at everything. Basically, she was the Ray of Star Trek. Ray just borrows her archetype from bad fan fiction. That's all it is fan fiction level tripe. But, just because you make Mary Sue black, a black Karen isn't going to make it work. That doesn't work. Audiences don't like it. Mary Sues, are unrealistic. And even if a guy is a Mary Sue, people don't like it. People like to see people struggle to overcome adversity to get better over time. That's why people like redemption arcs too. You see a bad guy and then they learn, over time to be better. And then that feels good to the audience. It's a very basic human reaction. But all these creative hacks these days are like, oh, we got to throw out the baby with the bathwater. We got to, erase all the old archetypes. That's all the patriarchy. That's what Ray is a product of Kathleen Kennedy fighting against the patriarchy. She can't have a male mentor. She can't have this. She can't have that. And that's affecting all these other creative projects now today as well. It is complete garbage. That's what happened to Black Widow. Instead of Black Widow being about Natasha, first being trained in the Red Room as a child, that's how it should have opened. And then you transition after like the 10-minute, 5-minute, whatever opening sequence to her Red Ledger, what it actually contains. So she's like kind of a conditioned tool at that point. But then she has her fight with Hawkeye. She gets redeemed. She joins the Avengers. And then that's Black Widow. That's what it should have been. But instead, you had the creative team literally say, she doesn't need the boys. It's literally Black Widow's story. And you're saying, and her whole thing is about how family is important. Teamwork is like the most important thing to her, along with family. But you're not going to make it about that. You're only going to quickly reference it. Stop making your creative projects about your agendas. Make it about the characters, the stories, writing good stories. All right, so this is from, hold on, let me make sure I liked this. Yeah, I did like that. There's a lot of stuff I didn't know, and it does change I do wish we had seen the version from Bill, of just his crazy Wai-Sao vision. But good video, Drinker. Star Trek even number movies are great. 6 is the best in my opinion, and then 4, and 2 is, so yeah, you're correct. As far as Next Generation movies go, the only one I really like is First Contact. Although some criticize that because, turned Picard into like this action hero, and his first solution is violence, but all of it makes sense in the context of his experience with the Borg. It's like completely, I think it fits. Trelane, who mourns for Adonis, Patterns of Force, Bread and Circuses, Charlie X, Squire of Gothos, The Organians, all God episodes. Yeah, and there's more than that. There's like literally even more than that. So I don't think that's like a valid, and that again, that's Paramount sterilizing Star Trek to, be more appealable in like China, communist China and stuff like that. So I don't like what they turned Star Trek into. I still think that the original series is the best Star Trek. And then I like the Next Generation. Deep Space Nine I love. In fact, some of the Deep Space Nine episodes are like my favorite in Star Trek. And then many of the other series just go downhill. All right, so this is from Just Some Guy. It's called Gondor Transition, a Forced Allegory. I meant to watch this when it came out, but it was 20 minutes long, so I I kept putting it aside. But now we're going to watch it, and I think it's basically about, there was this convention by the Tolkien Society that wanted to have talks about sort of looking at Tolkien's work through different viewpoints, different lenses, basically through the lens of identity politics. And I just want to see how that turned out, or at least how just some guy breaks it down, or his opinion on it. Just some guy he's pretty logical, so.
Well, the Tolkien Society finally uploaded the videos from their summer seminar. To be honest, I didn't think they would. The backlash they got over the ridiculous titles of the presentations was so bad that they didn't even live stream the presentations on YouTube like they said they would. Now that the videos are up, I'll give them a look.
Sir Black says, check out Friday Night Tights. Most of the panelists are worthy to watch. Yeah, I like, why is his name escaping me right now? Sir Beard. Nerdrotic, but I forgot his actual name. But yeah, I like his content. He's a very mellow guy and very level-headed.
Look, but I'm not going to watch them with an open mind, and that's for two reasons. One, because I'm not going to promise to entertain nonsense ideas, and that's what you mean when you say you're going to have an open mind. I will listen to the presenters and judge their points based on the strength and credibility of their arguments, but I'm not just going to assume that their arguments have merit. Two, because the Tolkien Society has such conviction over these presentations that they lock the comments and hit the like-dislike ratio. The whole point of the seminar is to foster discussion between different interpretations of Tolkien's works, so you block the comments. That pretty much tells us that they know people won't like or agree with these presentations.
I'm not even sure why they're having conventions trying to interpret Tolkien's work. First of all, the work speaks for itself. Second of all, if you have a personal interpretation that varies very widely from the source material, as I'm assuming something called Gondor in Transition will, why are you going to hold a convention about it? It's just so weird. Like Tolkien, throughout his life, people asked him, hey, what does your work mean? Hey, what does this mean? What does that mean? He made it very clear what his work meant. And again, it kind of speaks for itself. It's a hero's journey. It's about friendship. It's about brotherhood. It's about fighting evil, good triumphing over evil, overcoming adversity, the temptation of power and how absolute power corrupts absolutely, and how that temptation of absolute power can corrupt even the seemingly best men. Like Boromir was an icon to his people. He was like the knight in shining armor, but even he was corrupted by the lore of, the lore. I always have trouble with that word and not making it sound like lore as in L-O-R-E. The temptation of the ring. And even Gandalf himself, who in the mythology is literally an angel, in the creation mythos, he is an angel and a servant of the god or whatever, of the story, opposing Sauron, and even he couldn't touch the ring for fear of the temptation of the absolute power. The elf lady, who was like a sort of a paragon of purity, was also very, very dangerously tempted by it. So those were the main themes of the story. It was just how absolute power could corrupt absolutely, to be wary of it and to destroy it when you see anything like that, any construction that promises or that could bring absolute power to one person.
So they're keeping anyone from discussing them, or so they thought, because I'm about to discuss one of them right now. I thought I'd start with the first one on their list, Gondor in Transition.
Sir Black says, China's Cultural Revolution in 1950s to 60s really destroyed their society, as their current treatment of Uyghurs and I think it's called Falun Gong or something like that. I don't remember how it's said or pronounced either. But yeah, the Falun Gong religion or whatever. Yeah, that's how big government collectivist society is always run. Whether you call it communism, Nazism, fascism, you'll find the same thing happen in Italy, Cuba, Nazi Germany, Russia, all of its territories. That's just the nature of the beast. The beast. One of the things about the Bible, one of the many pieces of wisdom, 666, the mark of the beast. In Hebrew numerology, every numbers and words are very correlated, and the number of man is 6. So when you have 6 and 6, it's one man, on top of another man. Basically, when you have 666, you've got, sort of a central big government. 66 would be like local government. 666 would be a big central government. And that's how the beast is sort of described. Babylon and Egypt, were just words meaning big government and all the things that entail from them. Doesn't matter what culture it was, if it was ancient or modern, all big governments that exercise all of this absolute power and concentrate it into monarchs, dictators, oligarchies of a few, people in secret combinations, in cabals with each other. They always result in the same thing. The beast ravaging the people.
A brief introduction to transgender realities in The Lord of the Rings by Cordelia Longston. And look, pronouns. Right. Cordelia is transgender, clearly presented as a woman, but wants to be called by a third-person plural pronoun. No, I already can't take you seriously if this is...
Hey, you can call yourself whatever you want, but you can't force me to call you what that's flattery. It's if someone here's the thing. People act like if you don't want to call someone like Blair White, let's say. I like Blair White. Blair White is a trans person, and I'm not against people doing to themselves whatever they deem necessary as long as they're an adult. But at the same time, I'm not going to, don't compel my speech to say a lie, because, Blair White is a male, biological male. You can do whatever you want to yourself. Very controversial, but you can do it to state fact in scientific reality these days and go against the tide of flattery. But you can dress yourself up however you want, surgically alter yourself however you want. You can't change your chromosomes, which determine whether you're male or female. Even people who are born through genetic mutation to have different, even a combination of sexual organs, their chromosomes can determine whether they're genetically male or female. So, and that can help inform their decision of which to surgically correct. But the percentage of so-called trans people who are in that sort of situation is extremely small. So, I mean, I'm not for what it's turned into these days, which is like transitioning children as young as like 3 years old, and like the father losing custody because he's trying to fight against his son being turned into a girl because his mom is telling him he's a girl and dressing him up as a girl, probably to get back at the dad who she hates and taking out her fucking toxicity on the son to spite the father. But the current court system very much favors the mother in every case, no matter what. So fathers' rights are not respected as far as being able to protect their children and look out for them. Very, very unfortunate. Very, very sad.
That's how you're starting out. And that's just the beginning.
Yeah, authoritarian government.
This is the Olympic season, so get ready for some mental gymnastics.
Tolkien's masterpiece cannot be understood through a single lens, nor was it.
And you have literally in the UK, many places in Europe where they do compel speech, where if you're a government worker and you misgender someone, you can be arrested and fined and all these other things. You call yourself whatever you want, do whatever you want to your body. I don't care. I don't hate you or anything like that, but don't compel my speech. That is a no-no. You are not entitled to that. You are not entitled to force or to try to get me to live a lie or acknowledge a lie or, do something which is encouraging a mentality of what I consider to be self-harm, self-mutilation. So many trans people, after they go through operations, very deeply regret doing it, and they have an extremely high suicide rate. I don't condone sort of feeding what I consider a mental illness. It's gender dysphoria. That's literally the medical textbook DSM definition of what it is. And just because culture thinks it's cool to encourage people to literally cut their balls off or cut their boobs off and stuff like that because they're confused and because they maybe have hormonal imbalances or were abused as children or were conditioned by their incredibly insane parents to be confused like that. Yeah, I'm not gonna go along with that. Do whatever you want. Don't compel my speech.
Ever meant to be. Any author drawing on as many influences as went into this text betrays one undeniable aspect of their intention. Their work is to be understood in a variety of ways, multiplied by the multitude of sources they've built it upon. Beyond that, I will attempt no conclusions about Tolkien's intent. We need to set that question aside entirely. We're always guessing at it in any case. No matter how close we are to the mark, it's still a guess.
No.
Yeah,
we know
it's not a
Tolkien's
guess.
intent in many cases because he told us. Many people asked him questions about his stories, and he answered plenty of those questions. You can easily find.
Yeah, there's literally entire reels and reels and reels of people just asking Tolkien questions. Oh, we can't know what he actually meant.
Find those answers online, in videos, and in publications, including in a book of his letters. Glossing over Tolkien's intent makes it sound like you're less interested in what he actually wanted to get across in his stories, and more interested in placing your interpretation as the definitive interpretation.
And even more importantly, it still doesn't matter in the face of the fact that we all have intentions with a text that are constantly shaping what we perceive in it and draw forth from it. And none of us are in a position to definitively say, for all people, for all time, what a text means.
That's not true. If a writer tells a story with a particular intention in mind, that intention remains the defining reason for the creation.
So she literally discounting when authors come out and blatantly and explicitly tell the public what the meaning of their work is. So, I don't know. So far, she's not very logical.
Of that work. Others can interpret it as they will, but that doesn't change what the writer wanted to say when they created it. This sounds like revisionism, not analysis.
It's exactly what it is revisionism.
Meanings from his many texts throughout the seasons of his life. We should allow ourselves the same luxury. We must allow it for others.
No. There's a difference between Tolkien, the creator of the story, drawing a different meaning from the work in hindsight versus you, or reader, interpreting his words to mean something they clearly don't mean. Again, this smacks of revisionism, of you trying to force the text to fit your perspective instead of understanding the intent of the text as it is.
And although I'm focusing on Gondor specifically, I do mean the Lord of the Rings as a whole, because although it is my favorite place, it is just one of many places where transgender realities are present in the text, its paratext, and its various contexts. And all of us, we begin with a context of our own. And from that vantage, then narrow our focus to the text, imbuing it with meaning in the process that expands what it means, even if only to ourselves in that moment.
Right. So you're projecting your worldview onto the text and trying to force it to conform to that view instead of looking at the text for what it is and understanding it based on what influenced it.
But we do.
What does this remind me of? Perhaps activists masquerading as creators in entertainment who are warping pre-established franchises to fit their pre-established notions, completely altering pre-established characters to be out of character to fit their agenda, to tell their truth.
Do a disservice
No such thing as my truth. There's only the truth.
to the nature of story and text and selves if we forget that we may also use the text we have encountered to bring its context, our context, into sharper focus.
Those are two different things, Cordelia.
There are three lights. That's probably the best Star Trek episode, Next Generation episode, in my opinion. Those actually, it was a two-parter. I think those are my two favorites, but specifically that one of the two.
One's the actual content of the story. The other is you seeing what you want.
Actually, I think maybe the entire Star Trek series is on Amazon Prime now. So I might have some Star Trek watch parties of just good episodes.
Want to see. It's like you're not actually interested in Tolkien stories at all. You just want to talk about yourself and your experiences, and you're using something popular, like Lord of the Rings, as a way of doing that instead of, I don't know.
Which is what every activist is doing in entertainment right now. They're just using all of these franchises as their personal vehicles and then driving them off a cliff and then moving on to another franchise and destroying that one to signal a personal agenda to get backpats on Twitter.
Writing your own story that has the context you want.
Samwise is right. We all bring things with us into Lorien, though not all of them are peril. Surely, though, it is a peril to pretend as if we can ever wholly divorce ourselves from our own context enough to find some unspoiled and essential text. Texts, like we ourselves, are living, breathing things. And to deny this is to deny our own humanity and to dehumanize others, both greater perils than any treasure that could be gained by the pursuit of an allegedly pure reality of text or reading of it, were such a thing to exist.
I'm reminded of this line from Galaxy Quest.
Of course, it's always about you, isn't it?
We're 4 minutes into this thing, and the intro is literally all about your perspective, not the actual context of the story. How can we possibly understand something if you're projecting your perceptions onto it instead of trying to observe it for what it is?
Now, these in turn will...
Sir Black says, your delusion, your truths, your opinions are not reality. Yeah, and that's again plays into the modern flattery trend. Flattery has become not just, oh, hey, you look pretty even if you're ugly as a dog. It's you go along with the lie, any lie, as long as it makes people feel good. And that goes into, many of these SJWs, many of these, people from every political spectrum, being emotionally weak and having low emotional IQ, emotional intelligence, rather, EI. And many of them having low IQ on top of that. But then they go through this mentality of, emotions are more intelligent, are more important than intelligence. My feelings are more important than facts. It's not true. Just because something makes you feel bad doesn't mean it's bad. Something makes you feel good doesn't necessarily mean it's good. That's a child's mentality. That's an animal's mentality.
Will connect us with 4 of the most cherished and defended aspects of Tolkien's work.
Sometimes the truth cuts like a sword. And it's more mutilating to live a lie than to face that sort of truth.
Not in contradiction of them, but in affirmation, namely his Catholicism, his use of invented language and history within his subcreation, and his obsession with the concept of eucatastrophe.
Sir Angelo says, this is it for me, Colin. Have a nice rest of the stream. Much love and keep it up with the content variation. Thank you, good sir. Have a good night. Or a day. I'm not sure what time it is for you.
For eucatastrophe itself is a sign of transgender reality, a site of conflagration between beginning and ending, the confounding of expectations.
Between the beginning of reality and the ending of delusion?
The intermingling of bitterness and hope. It is the dichotomy.
that if everyone else doesn't go along with, then they're bullied and they're the ones who are assaulted and canceled.
Of beginning and ending, and the way they seamlessly flow between one another.
What? Eucatastrophe is literally the opposite of...
And it's funny too, because, you know, people will automatically call you either transphobic or, you know, just against anything in general if you point out just simple logical facts in today's day and age. But like, and these people who view everything through the lens of identity politics would even try to cancel just some guy. They've called for it on like Twitter a bunch of times for all that matters. But I mean, this is a bisexual black dude who, again, doesn't have anything wrong, anything against transgender people. But if you're a transgender person and you're taking Tolkien's work and you're trying to make it something that it's not in order to make you feel good about yourself and affirm your own identity, that speaks less to your ability to dissect or break down Tolkien's work and more about your own insecurity and how you need everything in life to validate what you feel insecure about because you're so deeply insecure about it. You feel like it's not true unless everyone else tells you it's true. You want to reinforce something that you need constant reinforcement for. Reality doesn't need that. Just saying. That's why these activists and SJWs, either they're trying to affirm their own reality, their own my truth, my version of how things are, I don't want to say delusion, but misconceptions very often. Like, oh, America is evil and, you know, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, Captain America's a Nazi. And, you know, they just have to tear down every single hero. That's why they have to make Thor fat and give over the kingdom to a woman, a black woman. It's all for virtue signaling. There's nothing wrong in and of itself with that. But you literally did that only for the agenda. And you didn't even write it well. It wasn't even good for the story. Thor already went through a journey where he would not abandon his people. He would not become some fat drunk, you know. He would be doing everything possible. He would be getting stronger. He would be trying to figure out how to fix things. But that's not how they do it these days. They always have to take every single hero they find and destroy them, deconstruct them, and replace them with who they consider to be the worthy ones, the favored few that they would have in the spotlight. Because they've even made this argument before that how can our own new heroes and our own new characters flourish if the previous ones are hogging all the attention and they're the ones that people want? No, we got to get rid of those first. And you do it in the most ham-fisted way. You don't hand off the torch. You just burn everything down around whatever it is that you want to present. And then you're shocked that the fans hate it.
Of a catastrophe. Where the latter is a sudden change for the worse, the former is a sudden change for the good. There's no connection at all of that being somehow related to being transgender, because the concept of being trans is that a person is always the opposite sex despite their biology. There's no sudden change. No boy wakes up one morning and goes, I'm a girl. Even the concept of transitioning is something that happens over time, not in an instance like a catastrophe or eucatastrophe.
Fingelas, wife of Denethor, mother to Boromir and Faramir, is an example of one, such literally present in the narrative in this passage, though discussed slightly more in the appendices. Simultaneously dispossessed of her political identity and her personal identity outside of political context. This is a transgender reality. The coexistence of political dispossession and depersonalization by political discourse.
This argument is stretched thin, like butter over too much bread. Being ostracized isn't the exclusive domain of trans people. Lots of people across every spectrum.
I'm pretty sure she gets enough butter on her bread from the looks of her.
From a social status, race, sex, whatever metric you want, experience being other due to who they are. To claim anything different is to ignore reality and to ignore other people's lived experiences. The clear context of Finduilas and her status is that of a wife of the steward, and all that entails of being a woman wed to the not king. To draw anything else from that strains credulity.
You can see how these key textual descriptors of Denethor and his role within the text align nearly perfectly with Eowyn's throughout this passage.
I think I did watch the Lego City Rescue helicopter commercial on Stream Anakin. Remember?
And thus we see the basis for an understanding of the stewardship itself as an office that goes beyond gendered borders and that confounds our expectations of them.
Gendered borders. You know, it's funny, this idea that traditional gender roles are evil and all that, they act like it's an enforced thing. The only thing that's enforced is you trying to alter what was naturally occurring. Women naturally tend to favor certain things, and men naturally tend to gravitate towards other things. You know, it's not something that's an enforced norm. It's just a natural pattern of behavior for humans. And when you try to break that system, it literally breaks the entire system. It will result in civilizations being destroyed. They come unraveled.
Position goes beyond any one state of being present in our world to create its own unique mode of existence that at its heart opposes the notion of diametrically opposed binary, while encompassing a spectrum of identity that includes traditionally gendered traits in non-traditional ways.
Yes, the two descriptions are very similar, and I doubt that's unintentional. However, Eowyn's position is not that of a steward, but that of a queen. Theoden doesn't just leave her in charge until the right heir returns, he makes her the heir. She is to lead Rohan when he and Eomer die. This was essentially the plan anyway. She was to marry his son, thereby becoming the future queen. Since Theodred died, the marriage couldn't happen, but Theoden still passed his title to her, since she's the only other person he trusts to rule in his stead. In contrast, Denethor wants to be king. When he says the rule of Gondor is mine, he means it. He sees himself as a true ruler who's never really given his due. He's resentful of the stewardship because it places him in a middling position where he has power that can easily be taken away from him by someone who hasn't done the work he's done to keep Gondor safe. Yeah. Simply put, Eowyn wants to be a warrior, not a maid or queen. Denethor wants to be king. The only thing they have in common is that they're
Yeah, that's exactly the same thing, Sir Black. What if a white nationalist had turned Black Panther, you know, an activist creator who was a white nationalist, had turned Black Panther into a blonde, blue-eyed white guy? No one would like that. And it's not about, it really isn't about the race. It's not about, you know, if you try to make a superhero gay and then his entire identity just revolves around being gay. Or they actually did this in Catwoman. If you watched the CW Catwoman series, her entire identity was, I'm gay. That doesn't work as a character. It's a caricature. It's not a character. You can have a great gay superhero. Just write it as a good character. You know, they don't understand these things because all they're trying to do is send up a big signal in the sky so they can get praise. And it's not even a lot of praise. It's just, we'll ignore all of the hate. We'll denigrate all of our criticism as being bigotry and base hatred and blah, 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 and review brigading. It's and Russian bots. Remember when Russian bots was a big thing when they were trying to justify the fan outcry and backlash for all of their decisions? Russian bots was just the cause of everything, right? And then they had to alter Rotten Tomatoes reviews and stuff like that, and change how Netflix shows are rated, and all these things. Because, well, can't have the public actually showing what they want, because then the people who are force feeding you literally programming, that's what it is. It's become it's gone from entertainment into, it's become morphed from entertainment into programming. Propaganda.
Doing something they'd rather not do, but for very different reasons. This has nothing to do with their sex beyond the nature of the task they're required to perform, and definitely wasn't Tolkien making some non-gendered claim about the nature of stewardship.
This description matches the dominant reading of Denethor in both scholarship and fandom, even as it stands in quite some opposition to the reality of Tolkien's entire body of text regarding Middle-earth. For here we see this paragraph again, only now I have annotated it by highlighting in red
That
things which are
one.
completely false, in yellow things which are mostly false and or plausibly disputable.
Though the stewards deemed that it was a secret kept only by themselves, I think this is Gandalf speaking. Long ago I guessed that here in the White Tower one at least of the 7 seeing stones was preserved. In the days of his wisdom, Denethor did not presume to use it, nor to challenge Sauron, knowing the limits of his own strength. But his wisdom failed, and I fear that his peril that as the peril of his realm grew, he looked in the stone and was deceived. Far too often, I guess, since Boromir departed. He was too great to be subdued to the will of the dark power. He saw nonetheless only those things which that the power permitted him to see. He saw nonetheless only those things which... That's a strange sentence structure right there. The knowledge which he obtained was doubtless often of service to him, yet the vision of the great might of Mordor that was shown to him fed the despair of his heart until it overthrew him in the end. So Gandalf is saying that Denethor peered into the Seeing Stones, and although he wasn't directly corrupted by the power of Sauron, whatever, he was being fed only the information, so he was being misled by the Seer Stone. And that's why it was too dangerous for them to use. You could just be fed information.
And in green, true, based on the additional information about the Palantiri, Denethor, the ruling stewards, and the history of Gondor that is provided in Unfinished Tales. Out of the 142 words of this paragraph,
Yeah, Catwoman is my favorite pussy.
That speak directly about Denethor, Gandalf is correct about 23% of the time. For Denethor, like Findulas and Gondor itself, is a location in the text where transgender realities are late.
Look at this. She's saying Gandalf is correct 23% of the time. Did you ever consider that maybe Gandalf knows more than you do?
Whether or not they have been,
or even more than has been revealed by the narrator at this point,
by the reader.
Oh dear. So
he could be an unreliable narrator, only going off of the information that he has. But what exactly point are you trying to make by the fact that Gandalf is maybe some of the points he made here were incorrect?
Somebody call Tom Shippey to correct this, because I haven't got the patience. Let's just take one of these red lines. He looked in the stone and was deceived. This is true, though maybe not for the reason you think. Denethor didn't have the strength to completely control the Palantir, so it was possible for Sauron to show Denethor true things that would lead Denethor to draw the wrong conclusion. That's called deception. Even if Denethor had the control to see what he wanted, his own thoughts would influence how he perceived that information, again leading him to draw the wrong conclusion. That too is called deception. It doesn't just have to be a person lying to him, he can be lying to himself, even unknowingly. But more importantly, this is Gandalf speaking, not the narrator. So it's possible that Gandalf is incorrect or misinformed as well. He's already made mistakes, specifically failing to realize what Bilbo's ring actually was. Pointing out incorrect statements by a character who makes mistakes doesn't help your argument, because the character could have or give the wrong information.
To move forward
or know that more than was presented elsewhere.
In acknowledging transgender realities, we must know where to look for them. Moving toward the goal of a more widely visible set of transgender semiotics, beyond what we may think of as explicitly indicative of transgender realities, I propose the following as a starting point for further study of not only this text, but any.
Here's the thing. If these realities were there, you wouldn't have to dig this deep into Moria to find them. If you've got to do this many leaps in logic that your gymnastic skills put Olympians to shame, maybe you should consider the possibility these transgender realities aren't actually there. Maybe they're just in your head and you're projecting. And you did say we should consider all interpretations, so...
Specifically, this would include, though by no means be limited, to states of process, shifts, transitions, changes, alternatives, the confounding of dichotomies and binaries, especially those such as body and lack of body, legitimacy and illegitimacy, tradition, and revolution. Death, including burials, enclosures, periods of extreme dormancy, rest, etc., seen especially as a choice, a blessing, a lesson, a transformation. Misperception.
This is literally like watching a presentation on the comedy show Community, like someone's satirical skit on deconstructing Tolkien.
Misinformation, misinterpretation, and opportunities for it. Identities and alterities that are formed without bodies or bodied language. Sites of power and trauma in the body.
The story contained the sky and fire and a lady who's in mourning, and therefore all of these things mean that the sky shall catch fire when the maiden has her third period of the fourth moon.
Body or landscape, shifting or contradictory contexts, and rejection of expected context in part or entirely.
With respect, what in the blue hell are you even?
I'm going to take a wild guess and say that her major is gender studies or women's studies.
Talking about? Honestly, read your list again. You're just citing random shit and claiming it's related to being trans, even when it obviously isn't, like being dead. This is you just pulling at straws to try to make Lord of the Rings.
Well, I mean, no, she's completely correct because, you know, if you dead name them, then, you know, you could have your life destroyed by completely tolerant people, right?
Something it's not. It's not a commentary about being transgender at all, and trying to interpret it as that is just intellectually dishonest. No, you know what? Let me be blunt. It's lying. You're lying about Tolkien and his intentions and his story, and it makes zero sense to do this. The man already invited you to apply the story to aspects of your life. Instead of just doing that, you're doing the very thing he disliked, trying to turn his story into an allegory, and you're failing at it because...
I don't think that's completely accurate. Tolkien didn't like people trying to turn his work into a political allegory, but clearly there were many moral allegories in Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. So he was all for moral allegory, but he hated political allegory applied to his work.
It's such a stretch, you can't even build a foundation on which to make this ridiculous argument.
The presumption of deconstruction in the hands of whiteness, of straightness.
Sir Black says, how about BBC's Anne Boleyn, an actual historical white woman, wife of Henry VIII, played by a black actress, literally just a virtue signal. Just for backpats. Oh, look how progressive we are. By literally being historical revisionists. That's not brave. That's not stunning. That's disgusting. That's revolting. There are so many good black stories throughout history, heroic black people that you could tell their stories. Why don't you do that instead of altering history to virtue signal?
Maleness, cisgenderedness.
Tell the story of Tom Gillespie. That'd be a great story.
Suggests that those states of being, those modes of knowing and interacting with the world, of existing, are somehow more inherent, vital, whole and wholesome, and in need of defending from falling apart.
Or how about Frederick Douglass? I haven't seen anything good on him, or any of the other black founding fathers, you know, the black Republicans.
Or more accurately, from falling apart in the hands of those who just simply don't understand.
Booker T. Washington.
There are many things in this world that need to be torn down. That they exist is not a testament to the fact of their primacy, but simply that those with power have been shaping the world and her narratives for their own ends for too long.
Or, everything isn't about you and your lived experiences. The Lord of the Rings is a story about a bunch of straight white dudes. It's not about them being straight, white, or male, but simply focuses on them and their experiences. I'm not entirely sure why this is a problem for you, but it clearly is, and maybe that's something you need to examine, because Tolkien's story is partially a reflection of his lived experiences in war, and your attempt to revise and deconstruct his experience partially for you, but simply is or every.
Did she say what I think she said?
Fact of their primacy that need to be torn down.
Did she say what I think she said?
Or more accurately, whole and wholesome and in need, are somehow in knowing and cisgenderedness.
I gotta listen to that.
Suggest
Hold
that
on.
those states of being, those modes of knowing and
Can't even build up
in the hands of white.
this ridiculous argument.
The presumption of deconstruction in the hands of whiteness, of straightness, maleness, cisgenderedness, suggests that those states of being, those modes of knowing and interacting with the world, of existing, are somehow more inherent, vital, whole and wholesome, and in need of defending from falling apart, or more accurately, from falling apart in the hands of those who just simply don't understand. But there are many things in this world that need to be torn down. That they exist is not a testament to the fact of their primacy, but simply that those with power have been shaping the world and her narratives for their own ends for too long.
Or everything is.
Yeah, I remember that. I listened to that part before. That is absolutely ridiculous. She's asserting that because Tolkien wrote the story about, the people that he did, that somehow it's about whiteness, maleness, cisgenderedness, or the impression that works like this give to the reader that because they're focused on these sorts of characters, that's the primacy, that's the sort of the ideal, or the only thing that will work in culture because it's been established as the norm. That's completely wrong. And then she's saying sometimes those things need to be torn down, But what are you talking about? Why are you looking at things through this viewpoint of, again, intersectionality, like these things are warring against each other? No, this is a story written by Tolkien. That doesn't mean that that doesn't mean like that the Three Musketeers wasn't written by a brilliant black dude, And just because he wrote about white guys or this is just such ridiculous tripe on her part.
It isn't about you and your living.
It really is just about her contention that she doesn't like straight white male guys, so those things in culture must be fought against.
The experiences. The Lord of the Rings is a story about a bunch of straight white dudes. It's not about them being straight white or.
But Sir Black says, or actually Ace says, and now we have reached just some guy I see. Love his stuff too. Yeah, he's got some logical takes. There are some things that I tend to debate. In fact, I would love to have a debate with him on a few things. But in general, I really love his presentations.
Or male, but simply focused.
And Sir Black says that Hamilton the play too, a white man founding father on the $10 bill, Federal Reserve note. Yeah, well, I mean, Hamilton. I don't take any. Here's the thing: that you can do whatever you want if you want to raise change, especially since Hamilton is more of a. It's not like a very serious thing. It's kind of just a fun, creative project. But if they were trying to present it as a history, like the Anne Boleyn BBC series was a historical, documentary type of show. Of course, it's dramatized and everything, but that's a little different. That's not a comedy. That's not a musical. But it even though it fails over and over again in the market, they keep doing it because these companies have so many other properties that do float at the moment. And they're using the profits from the products that are still afloat to keep bailing out the ones that they know are sinking because of these decisions. So, but at a certain point, it's not going to be sustainable. They are going to sink if they don't start giving the customers what they want, which is good stories. Doesn't matter if it's gay, doesn't matter if it's black, white, Asian, Latino, it doesn't matter as long as it's well written and well presented, not being a caricature, but being about caricatures and situations overcoming adversity. and growing, or, you know, just there's so many good ways to tell a story, and none of these people seem to understand or know, because all they do is denigrate everything that came before them instead of respecting what came before and building on top of it. They try to build from scratch, and their works are anthills compared to monuments throughout history of artistic works.
This is on them and their experiences. I'm not entirely sure why this is a problem for you, but it clearly is, and maybe that's something you need to examine, because Tolkien's story is partially a reflection of his lived experiences in war, and your attempt to revise and deconstruct his experiences is essentially an attack on the straight white male experience. That's racist, sexist, and heterophobic. It comes across as someone trying to silence them by destroying the text they can relate to that reflects their experiences. Why would you want to tear down the experiences of these men? Why should their experiences matter less? Why should yours matter more? In this situation, it's more bizarre because we all know Tolkien's influences. So to take this anti-male approach with the text that is at its core about men's friendships and bonds makes no sense. This is like attacking the Bible for being religious. You do know what it is, right?
There has been a blindness at the heart of learning, of higher education.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure just some guy is an atheist, so it's not like he's a Bible thumper. But you don't have to be religious to acknowledge fact, or to acknowledge even wisdom in things that you think are fictional.
Of scholarship, of this fandom. And we continue that blindness if we choose to see the expansion of bringing forth from texts, from discourse, what was always there, but we were too blinded to see. We owe it to those who knew before us. We owe it to those who have fallen and are falling beneath the juggernaut of broken systems, those we've inherited, those our ancestors built. We owe it to the earth and her creatures. How dare we call deconstruction in fear what is an excavation, an unearthing?
Out of your ass?
That wasn't even deconstruction. That was revisionism.
Yes. Out of the actual text? No. Tolkien didn't write about being transgender. That's obvious because the concept didn't even exist when he wrote his stories, and if he wanted to play on the idea of people changing their sex, he had all the opportunity to do it because this was pure fantasy. So he could have easily used something like Loki turning Thor into a woman in one of his stories. That he didn't do that in any of his writings is a good indication that even if transgenderism were a thing he thought about, he didn't put it into his works, probably because it wasn't the story he wanted to tell. Like I said at the beginning, this smacks of revisionism and someone trying to make everything about them instead of looking at the text for what it is.
Which
the
is happening
presumption of naming
all throughout the
non-dominant
industry.
analyses solely or dismissively as reader response is perhaps even more cowardly. Not one of us is qualified to determine any one true reading, and believing
Not
such a thing
true.
exists seems to me.
Tolkien himself is the only one who can definitively say what his work was about, and in many instances he did.
To automatically disqualify one from suitability for such a task in the first place.
Wouldn't that disqualify you since you think the cisgender heterosexual white male interpretation is invalid and needs to be dismantled? All y'all should be wary of people who use this kind of...
It's such a strange form of logic. It doesn't mean anything. It only means what you think it means, but it doesn't really mean anything because truth is subjective. There is no such thing as objective truth. Because, and that's the philosophical divide that leads to the type of confusion that these people live their entire lives in. That there is no subjective truth, only personal, or excuse me, there is no objective truth. There's only personal, subjective truth. No, actually, there's no such thing as subjective truth, only personal perception. The truth doesn't change. Only your knowledge of the truth changed, and only your perception of the truth changes. But the truth is independent of your knowledge of it. You know, just because you think the sun is green doesn't mean the sun is green. You know, maybe your eyes have some sort of an issue. Just because you think something doesn't mean it's true. The truth is not relative to your belief. You can be accurate in your belief and strike upon the truth, but that's not the same thing. And these moral relativists, which is exactly what they are as well, when you turn truth into a subjective thing, you enter the realm of moral relativism as well, where and then you get all of these things like, you know, intersectional politics and identity politics and all this crap. infecting all of our culture.
The moment someone says, no one is an authority except for me, don't trust that person. That's a person looking for power and control, and they'll only get it if you give it to them. Don't entertain that bullshit. Instead, ask this basic question. If no one is an authority, what...
The BBC lost, Sir Black says, the BBC lost 1.2 million paying English customers 2018 and 2019. They now want to change seniors over 78, the £189 that has been a retirement benefit since inception. Well, the thing is that, you know, in the BBC, like pretty much everyone has to pay for the, like the TV license or whatever the hell it is. But if you make enough, you can pretty much just stop paying it. And if you make a stink about it, they won't make you pay. But after they changed the gender of the Doctor into a female and altered the entire Doctor history, which was one of the biggest English shows, and they made Anne Boleyn black, and they basically just went full on terrible story of virtue signaling, and it destroyed their credibility with the audience. You don't have artistic integrity at that point. All you are is a programming machine. And the British, despite the British public, despite how they've allowed the government to become, they're still very sensitive to trying to be programmed by like entertainment and stuff. They will react in counterculture movements against garbage like that, which results in some of the best products of culture, like punk rock, like British punk rock, and you know, things like that. The cinematic marvels that have come out of British film, British cinema, from basically going against culture. The what's popular, what's politically correct. Some of the music, it's going along with the flow is less beneficial for people than they think, either personally or as a whole, as a society.
What makes you think you get to decide what views are valid, which ones need to be deconstructed, and which ones are hidden in the pages?
For why should we trust an inclination to hide away from the other?
It's not the people, it's not the endless mass of faces of people who are, you know, hiling to Hitler that's remembered by history. It's the one guy who refuses to. That's who's remembered. Those are the people who actually contributed. People who risked everything for principles, eternal truths that are independent of subjective realities and illusions.
To allow humble curiosity to be vilified, to see as most human only those aspects of humanity which most closely resemble our own. When we, with necessary force and purpose, make room for long unheard voices to finally be heard, for long...
As says he forgoes his TV licenses to pay for Netflix and Hulu. I don't even pay for Netflix anymore. After they did the whole cuties thing, I was like, nope, I'm done. I'm so tired of Netflix coming out with absolute garbage. At least Amazon will come out with, you know, things like, or at least host things like Atlas Shrugged and other documentaries and things like that don't toe the party line. They'll at least try to be balanced in the content that they present, unlike Netflix or others.
Long unseen faces to finally be seen. It is not a harm to those who have been heard, who have been seen.
Like I said before, everything isn't about you. The story...
Even though Atlas Shrugged was complete garbage, they really need to make a better Atlas Shrugged project, and it's got to be like a series.
Lord of the Rings was built around the interests and experience of J.R.R. Tolkien.
You could probably do it in literally 3 seasons, just like I don't know, a few episodes, like 10 or less episodes per season. You could get the whole thing done right in 3 seasons.
A straight white man. The story intentionally reflects on his experiences in life and war. You don't have to like it, but you do have to accept it because it's the truth. Deal with it. You don't get to change the man's story or his intentions because you're salty about being transgender. There's no bisexual characters in the story, no black characters, no atheists that we know of, no Americans, and I'm not losing my mind. I've never once felt the need to be seen or heard in the context of Middle-earth because my life is not what the Middle-earth stories are about. If you're catching clapback, that's why. You're not letting the story be what it is. You're trying to force it to be what you want it to be, and then trying to make everyone else agree with you, and that's just not how this works. You can see whatever you want to see, but the rest of us don't have to agree with you. And if you find people are disagreeing with you more than they're agreeing with you, you might want to consider why. But what do I know? I'm just some guy.
Good video. Good video. Excellent. So yeah, I don't agree with her presentation. You can they them all you want. I'll call you her if I like. But I don't agree with her presentation at all. There were no cogent points. It was completely illogical. It was just about looking at Tolkien's work through her personal perspective, but not actually giving any credible evidence to support what she's saying. She's basically saying Tolkien wrote these themes into the book and you can interpret these themes because they're there. They're not there. You're seeing what's not there. So, well, you can live any fantasy you like, I guess.
One of the questions...
All right, so here's one from the Critical Drinker that I'm probably not going to agree with because I don't have any hope for the Dune project whatsoever, so he's really going to have to convince me that there's any potential there. I'm very, very worried about it. I'm very worried about, I'm kind of worried about them doing any sort of classic these days, like them doing the Wheel of Time series on Amazon, or Amazon doing the new Tolkien Silmarillion series or whatever. I have nothing but clenched butt cheeks when it comes to these things. Even the Kenobi project from Disney, very, very scared. I really don't want them to Jake Skywalker him.
Questions I get asked on pretty much every live stream I do is, what do you think about the new Dune film, you useless drunken arsehole? Also, when are you gonna pay me the money you owe, or am I gonna have to send Jamal round to break your fucking legs?
Look at that fucking brick house.
Well, since we're in a lull between big movie releases and I've got some time on my hands, I guess this is a good time to share my thoughts. Dune and I have a long history together. I read the Frank Herbert novel back when I was a teenager and totally fell in love with the world he'd created. I mean, it's got desert planets, exotic...
Yeah, Dune is one of my favorite series. The Kwisatz Haderach.
Cultures, giant sandworms, decadent civilizations, noble houses plotting and scheming against each
Yeah, it was like the original Game of Thrones.
other, and epic galaxy-spanning conflicts. What's not to like? Yeah, some of it seems a bit quaint and anachronistic by today's standards, but what the fuck? For a book written in the 1960s, it's aged a lot better than most of today's shite is likely to. There's been plenty of attempts to adapt it to the big screen over the years, with varying degrees of success.
Yeah.
A 1970s version ended up trapped in development hell for years, eventually sinking under the colossal budget requirements, while the David Lynch movie from 1984 was a critical failure and a box office bomb. And to be honest, I can totally see why. It oversimplifies and condenses a lot of the story, and despite his claims that the studio had more control over it than he did, it's still a very David Lynch kind of movie, with all the weird visuals, psychedelic...
Sir Black says, sorry I loved Atlas Shrugged. The cast change was jolting though. I don't know if you've read the book, but I think it fell very far short of the source material. So, I mean, like I said, I gave them credit for doing as well as they did with the small budget and all of the casting constraints, because people got like committed to other projects or just got too scared to come back and stuff. But it was good for what it was, but I wish it was a lot better.
Like dream sequences and abstract symbolism he's so fucking in love with. Whether you consider that a good or a bad thing depends mostly on whether you're a fan of Lynch's work. Either way, the film's failure killed the possibility of a larger franchise, and it wasn't until the 2000s that the Sci-Fi Channel, of all people, put out a miniseries that actually turned out to be pretty decent. Yeah, the budget couldn't really...
Black's like, Anakin, are you even listening to the stream? Yeah, Anakin is my most fascinating viewer. Love having him around. Sir Black says, I liked 1984 Dune, the year I got married. Ooh, congratulations. The 1984 Dune, I mean, here's the thing. I liked it, but again, it's like childhood nostalgia because I watched it as a kid. So I can't really objectively sort of look at it without the nostalgic goggles. But I also liked the sci-fi mini-series that had, what was his name? McAvoy? James McAvoy? But yeah, I liked that one too. But yeah, the movie version, the Disney / because there was an edited Disney version, and then there was David Lynch's like theatrical cut. I liked David Lynch's full thing better. Best movie version of Dune we've had so far.
Really match its ambitions, but the cast was solid and the right intentions were definitely there, and overall, it was okay. Not great, but okay. And for the next 20 years or so, not much more was heard about the world of Dune. Which brings us at last to 2021 and the upcoming release of Denis Villeneuve's long-delayed adaptation. Jesus, that...
Yeah, I was going to say congratulations to getting married, especially if you're still married, but didn't want to potentially poke at something. But yeah, that's fantastic that you're still married. Very disheartening. It's very disheartening to see so many people getting divorced, but glad to see people making it work.
That first trailer came out so fucking long ago, I think I was still sober at the time. Nah, just kidding, I've never been sober. But anyway, after a pretty grim year where the unspecified virus of unknown origin pretty much delayed every major release, the movie's finally on the way and the publicity machine is cranking into high gear. So what the hell do I actually think about it? Well, after watching every trailer and featurette I could get my hands on, I have to admit, I'm cautiously optimistic about this one. Yeah, I've got a few concerns and reservations that I'll talk about later, but overall, I think this could be a real winner. Allow me to expand your mind. Dune is set several thousand years from now. The human race is spread out to colonize most of the galaxy, which is now controlled by a kind of feudal empire, headed up by a bunch of noble houses that are constantly vying for favor and influence. It's all a bit decadent and corrupt, and the average human doesn't get to see much of the enormous wealth that these people control, but it allows them to maintain...
I hope they do Harkonnen well.
Their grip on power.
Because it's going to be hard to top the Lynch version of Harkonnen. It was like the perfect Harkonnen. The casting in the 1984 Dune was so perfect. Like, Patrick Stewart as Gurney and Duncan and just everyone was perfect. Yeah, John Rhys Davies in there. You had Sting, which was like... sort of out of place, in my opinion, but it was all just so fun.
All of this stuff is made possible by a rare material known as spice, which can grant its user prolonged life.
The spice must flow.
Life, heightened awareness, and a kind of psychic vision that allows space pilots to navigate from one side of the Empire to the other. The problem is that there's only one planet in the known universe that has it. The desert world of Arrakis, a scorched wasteland.
Yeah, it's true. Director cuts are usually better.
Which is so hot and barren that the only humans who can survive there are the nomadic freemen, who use specially designed suits to recycle their body water. You literally have to drink your own sweat and piss to stay alive on Arrakis. I mean, to be honest, it's better than Buckfast, so what the hell? Anyway, needless to say, whoever controls Arrakis holds the balance of power in the galaxy, so pretty much everyone wants to get their hands on it. Corrupt imperial powers fighting over a desolate desert wasteland that's rich in natural resources. I wonder if this could be applied to our modern world.
Yeah, I wonder if that's an allegory.
The story picks up with House Atreides, who have been given the task of running Arrakis and keeping spice production going. But it's not long before a rival house makes a move against them, wiping out most of the royal family and taking control of Arrakis for themselves. One of the few survivors is Paul, the son of the house, who eventually hooks up with a band of freemen and leads a rebellion to retake the planets. Dune is a classic hero's journey about a chosen one, torn from his safe, comfortable upbringing, put through various trials and hardships that mold him into a stronger and better man, and ultimately returning to lead his people to freedom and conquer the evil enemy who first defeated him, and in the process, fulfilling his destiny to become the messianic figure that was prophesized. The story of Dune might be relatively...
Prophesied, not prophesized.
relatively simple and classic, but the world of Dune is much more subtle and complex, and I think this is where the David Lynch movie fell apart. There just wasn't enough time to properly explore everything and flesh out such a fantastical world, but Villeneuve on the other hand has got more time to play with and less ground to cover. Apparently his film's only going to deal with the first half of the first book.
Yeah, you see, that's the only way you could break down Dune is in multiple parts, 2 or 3 part movie.
Which I think is a smart decision because it allows him the time and space needed to get his audience invested in the worlds. Based on what I've seen in the trailers, the movie looks visually stunning. Clearly today...
And that's only the first book, because you can't do like Dune Messiah or Children of Dune or anything like that, unless you're doing like a mini-series or a series like they've done before.
Special effects technology can do things that directors back in the 80s...
Maybe this will turn into like a movie franchise and they'll just do it all.
Could never have dreamed of, whether it's gigantic city-sized spaceships, vast armies and cities, towering spice harvesters, and monstrous sandworms. It all looks big and imposing and futuristic, but also grounded and functional, which is exactly how it was described in the books. Even things like the personal force fields used for hand-to-hand combat behave like real technology that could one day exist. Villeneuve's work on Blade Runner 2049 proved that the guy can produce visually striking movies, even if his editing could use a dose of get a fucking move on every once in a while, so I've got no worries on that score. The casting generally looks good, and talk about an ensemble movie. You've got Josh Brolin, Oscar Isaac, Stellan Skarsgård, Javier Bardem and Rebecca Ferguson all in one film. Timothée Chalamet looks suitably fresh-faced and innocent as Paul. The only question is whether he can pull off the transformation from pampered rich kid to kick-ass freedom fighter. I don't know, man. He might need to hit the gym or something between movies. Skarsgård is a great character actor, and I guess they can put him in a fat suit to bulk him up for Baron Harkonnen.
Oh, he's doing Harkonnen.
Likewise, there's few movies that aren't improved by the inclusion of Josh Brolin, and I don't expect Dune to buck that trend. He's gruff and stony-faced as Gurney Halleck, which is exactly what I expected. And shit, man, the movie even cracks a joke or two.
Smile, Gurney. I am smiling.
There's other casting choices that are a bit more questionable though, like Jason Momoa, who feels pretty out of step with the tone of the film. I mean, don't get me wrong, he seems like a cool, laid-back guy who pretty much forged a career out of playing cool, laid-back guys that are just him by a different name. But the problems creep in when he has to play someone who isn't Jason Momoa, and I think that could be an issue here. Zendaya's been on my shit list ever since the Spider-Man movies. Watching her absolutely murder MJ was like giving yourself a sandpaper suppository, and it kind of soured me on the actress after that. The fact that she's such a vocal activist for, well, pretty much everything doesn't make it any easier to separate the art from the artist. I mean, I guess I'll try to keep an open mind on this one, but her character's going to be a key player in this film, and I've got a lingering suspicion that her version of Chani is going to be just another strong female character that dominates and outperforms Paul in every situation.
Yeah, that's my number one expectation that they're gonna do.
Relegating him to a background character in his own story.
She'll be the new chosen one. Ha ha!
I mean,
it'll be her destiny to free Arrakis.
When you think about it, the books already provide fertile ground for this kind of thing, especially the all-female Bene Gesserit organisation who use seduction and manipulation to direct events behind the scenes. Normally stuff like that would just make for an interesting part of the narrative, but given how things are in Hollywood these days, well, I don't know, man. I can see how easily this could all go horribly wrong if they try to impose modern gender politics on a story more than half a century old. I really hope I'm wrong on this one, because it feels like this movie could be the start of something special if they get it right. It's got the right director, the right look and feel, and all it really needs to do is stay faithful to the source material. Will it make the kind of money needed to kickstart an epic franchise? I don't know, to be honest. As popular as Dune is with sci-fi fans, it's not all that accessible to general audiences, and the October release date doesn't exactly scream box office gold either. My gut tells me that much like Blade Runner 2049, it'll turn out to be a decent movie that doesn't have enough broad appeal to break out into mainstream success. But hey, I'm really happy to be proved wrong in this case. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
I'm still not convinced. I'm optimistic about any project that Hollywood's doing these days. I gotta be proven wrong at this point. But yeah, good video, Critical Drinker. And there were just let's see.
I'm quite certain I was promising.
Hold on, I'm gonna go through just a few more Just Some Guy videos I haven't seen. 2 of them are only like 4 minutes long. But this one's No Customer Service for You, the SJW Business Plan. I have no idea what this one's about. Just some guy came out with it on the 18th. Let's see what he's talking about. That's totally a Bleach
I saw
opening.
The creator formerly known as Diversity in Comics posted this tweet from some literally who complaining about the new.
It's one of my favorite animes, Bleach. That's coming back soon, too.
The boogeyman SJW pros are obsessed with customer service. They're worried about people telling them what stories to write and having to give refunds. I've seen this stuff popping up in my feed since the Substack deals went out. All the people I've seen bringing this up have piss poor sales and 0 deals, so there's a bit of irony here since this isn't a problem any of them ever have because no one buys their books. Their obsession with this seems to come from this idea that their artistic integrity is the most important thing in the world ever, definitely more important than producing a product people actually want to buy. So you get statements like this one from Tom Muller, who appears to be a logo designer, and I'm only telling you that to emphasize just how much no one cares. He says, quote, I see that the whole comics are customer service industry argument is rearing its head again from the usual corner of the internet. You mean yours? Because literally the only ones bringing this up are on your side. No one else is talking about
comics. Okay. Any industry that provides services to a customer is a customer service industry. If you're not pleasing your customers, you're not conducting good business and your business will fail, which is exactly what's happening in the comics industry. Thanks to hold on, I just dropped it. Thanks to fools like this who are arguing to just being able to shit out anything they want and attacking their customers if they don't like it, rather than producing good products that the customers will like and will consume happily.
They're not. Comics are part of the publishing industry. If you want to discuss customer service, talk to your retailer of choice. As someone said on DNC's post,
the fuck's the retailer gonna do about you turning Captain America into a Nazi, or you turning basically every other character like into something they're not?
I had no idea publishing was an industry with no customers. When a publisher prints a book, they just put it out in the streets and whoever wants it just picks it up and goes.
You kill off Iron Man. Now Iron Man is like a black teenage girl. You replace all of these characters, instead of coming up with an excellent new teenage girl black superhero. It's this old trick that gets old, or that gets picked up by the audience. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
Oh wait, that's not what happens. They sell the book. Money is exchanged. That's a transaction, meaning there's a customer, a person who gives money for a product, and a service, someone providing the product. When a publisher sells to a retailer, the publisher is technically the retailer, and the store that sells the book is the customer. Does Tom think that if a publisher sent retailers blank books that the retailer should talk to someone else? No, they should talk to the people who sent them the books. If someone buys the book from the store and finds the blank pages, should the store be the one to take the blame? No, the publisher should take the blame for printing blank books. We see this with misprints, missing pages, illegible text, and so on. The stores don't have a responsibility to address that issue. The publishers do. Someone then asked Tom what this is all about, because when these folks talk about things, they love to talk in code or around it. And he says, quote, it is a thinly veiled false argument from fans to tell creators and publishers to make the good, aka derivative, comics they demand, because the customer is always right. You mean like so-called fans demanding the same derivative diversity, representation, and inclusivity stories from creators and publishers because it would make the comics good, and then those so-called fans are losing their shit whenever the changes aren't done the way they want? That's the irony of this complaint. You're complaining about things your side does all the time. It's perfectly fine when you do it, it's only wrong when it's done to you. Creating this straw man argument about the customer is always right doesn't change the people who pay attention to their own
It's not really a very good straw man either, because the customer is always right if you want to, keep in business.
Audience tend to be more successful. If you were just about putting your vision out there, you just post the story online for free and call it a day. But that's not what you're doing. You want people to buy it, but you also don't want to pay attention to what people want to buy. I don't know how you can be successful if you don't pay attention to that. Someone calls him out on this, saying that Tom's argument is like a beer maker who changed their recipe, telling people who didn't like it to take it up with the store they bought it from. Tom then says, quote, "Except that you're comparing two vastly different industries and situations. Also, that new recipe might be great, but..."
Because they're different industries doesn't invalidate the example. It's two different products. If you change the product, let's say you change Batman into a complete weak simp, people aren't going to like the product anymore. Batman's one of the top 3 sellers in like all of comics. So you change the recipe and people don't like it, like you're doing now in comics. Don't be shocked when comics is floundering as it is now. These people are as creatively bankrupt as their industries are becoming. So now they have to, resort to attacking their audiences or guilting their audiences into trying to buy their products.
But if you personally don't...
Senate asks, Colin, do you have Disney Plus? I do not. I had it until they decided to go all cancel culture on Gina Carano. I was like, okay, I'll cancel you then.
Don't like it. You can't expect the brewery to change the recipe back to please you. Tell that to Coca-Cola. This exact situation happened to them when they decided to change the recipe for Coke. Some people liked it.
Meanwhile, they have James Gunn still doing movies, even though he said far worse things on Twitter, proving that they have no objective standards. They're just political ideologues who will purge anyone who doesn't keep lockstep with their groupthink.
A new taste, some didn't care, but more people hated it. According to Tom's logic, the company should have told the displeased customers to piss off and drink something else. Had they done that, Coke would have lost more money and faced greater backlash than they had already got. That's the thing Tom isn't bringing up. This little stunt didn't just make people stop drinking Coke too, it made them stop buying any Coke products. It also cost them a ton of money in marketing when they decided to switch back to the original recipe, not just to get the word out, but to convince people that this was indeed the original recipe and to win back their favor enough to get them to buy it. A similar thing happened with Gibson a few years ago. They put out this video chastising other companies for making Gibson-style guitars. Not just the people literally copying their guitars and putting Gibson logos on it, but people who were using the general body shapes and adding their own branding. Gibson also went after the people who reviewed those guitars, attacking them for giving attention to these knockoffs. The title of the video was Play Authentic, and yes, I can actually hear your eyes rolling. It was a douchey thing to do considering that Gibson had almost gone bankrupt, were having quality control issues, and that it's cheaper to go to...
I mean, that's kind of like attacking Versace or Gucci for trying to fight against, knockoffs. I can understand Gibson's position of trying to protect their brand because they actually have a fiduciary responsibility to protect their brand and a legal responsibility as well if they want to keep their trademarks and stuff. But at the same time, that whole situation was handled very poorly because it came off as like attacking people who were even, like doing reviews on the Gibson knockoffs or, just purchasing them because Gibson, hold on, what's the price of a Gibson guitar? They're freaking expensive. I would never put that much money on a guitar, but then again, I only goof around on like guitar and piano. I have no idea I can read tabs and play tab music, but I'm definitely not a musician. I just like to fiddle around and goof with the tunes. But hold on, let me look up love. Why did I type love? Gibson guitar cost. Yeah, thousands of, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars. This one's $20,000. Very, very expensive guitars. So of course there's going to be a knockoff market when you have something like that.
The college then buy one of their guitars. The reason a knockoff market is so strong is for those issues.
Thank you, Sir Black.
The pricing in particular. This video damaged Gibson's brand.
I was actually hoping to have people who wanted to like debate me come in tonight. But we always have future watch-alongs.
Ran to the point that people were actually selling their valuable vintage guitars because they wanted nothing to do with a company that seemed to despise its customers. If I buy a guitar and there's an issue, the neck won't straighten, it won't intonate, the electronics don't work, the company who made the guitar is responsible. If I return the guitar to the retailer will contact the company to find out the next steps. If the company's response is like Tom's, they just hand wave it away, making the retailer eat the cost of the return and the bad reputation that follows. Earlier this year, I bought a PRS. The one I ordered had a grounding issue, meaning something wasn't wired or soldered correctly. The retailer called me to let me know and offered a refund or to replace it with a different guitar of the same model. But he also said that the faulty guitar had to be sent back to PRS. Why? Because PRS...
Quality control. It's basic market economics. You don't want faulty products in the market because it hurts your company's reputation.
doesn't want shit guitars on the market because it ruins their brand. It would make people not buy their guitars. That's customer service. They're making sure you can get the best product you can get. And if there is a production issue that manages to get through, they will work with the retailer or you directly to fix or replace the guitar. They don't have to do it, but it's good business when they do. And this seems to be the thing completely absent from this strain of creators working in comics. They don't understand good business. Here they are talking about their new projects, and they're leading with the "you won't get a refund" before the book is even out. Kind of makes it sound like they know people won't like what they make.
Not only that, they actually in sort of, I keep trying to avoid the word lure. They try to lure people, comic book stores, into buying huge quantities of pre-order books. And they do this through stupid events that... So the comic book stores actually end up getting these huge orders, these pallets and pallets of comic books, because first of all, they're cheaper the more that you buy, but also the comic book publishers won't take the comics back if they don't sell, and many of them are not selling because of what they're doing in the comics.
Like someone said on DNC's post, when your goal is to get people to buy your book.
Sir Black says, I can take the opposing views if you want to debate. Well, it's always better if someone actually believes what they're saying, you know?
Books. You should be concerned that people don't like you. Don't take their word for it. Just ask Coke and Gibson. I agree that readers don't get to tell you what story to write, but they do get to tell you whether or not your story works. And if they find that they don't like your story, I think you should give them their money.
But yeah, I mean, it's not a complete waste of time to debate, to have sort of a mock debate as a devil's advocate, or just a way of any viewer to sort of see both sides presented. But I find it a lot more fruitful to actually try to debate someone who holds an opposing view and then try to convince each other through reason what the actual truth is. So, because then it feels like, you're doing something more productive. And I feel like they can more accurately represent an opposing view. Not in every case, but in many cases, rather than someone who's sort of simulating the argument.
Money back, especially if they bought it directly from you. That's the other thing Tom is missing. When you crowdfund a project, you're not just the creator, you're the retailer. There is no middleman. People are buying directly from you. So if there's a problem, that comes.
But if you are interested in to see how I would respond to, an opposing view, you're most welcome at any time. I would love to play ball. Yeah, it changed my mind. I love those types of debates. That's what all debating is. Two people trying to change each other's mind. Hopefully to a productive end.
Comes back to you. Tom works as a logo designer, so he knows full well that if he pulled this attitude with a client.
The big problem is when you try to shut people up and don't even try to debate them. And then ideas, flourish where they absolutely shouldn't. And other ideas never get a chance to. They die in the cradle instead of having an opportunity to succeed or fail in the market of ideas.
I made it, you paid for, so shut up. He'd never get work again. This applies to comics. If you put out poorly edited books, have unreadable art and lettering, smudgy ink, misprinted or missing pages, and your attitude is no refunds, no one will buy your books. If you attack the readers, write stories that are little more than self-insert revenge fantasies, change beloved characters, and shit on legacy, no one will buy your books. If you
That sounds like Disney Star Wars in a nutshell. Just Kathleen Kennedy's revenge fantasy.
tell people, if you don't like my politics,
And
don't buy my
self-insert.
books, no one will buy your books. That's ultimately what this is about. It's not about your artistic integrity, it's about making money. If it were about the art, you could just post it online or give it away. No, you want to make a profit, so you need to tailor what you do towards that goal. If you ran a bakery and you wanted to make gluten-free cookies, but everybody wants to buy your gluten-laden bagels, you make bagels or you no longer have a bakery. And if your bagels don't taste good or they make people sick, you stop making them until you figure out why. You don't tell your customers to go somewhere else because you will no longer have a bakery. The same logic applies here. If people tell you there's a problem with the printing, you find out if there's actually a problem, and if there is, you fix it and you send them new copies or you allow refunds. If people buy your book from you, then you need to be upfront on whether you'll allow refunds if people don't like it, and make damn sure you don't try to bait and switch them in the story, because you will pay for it in your next campaign. This idea that the person giving you their money has no say in what they receive is bad business. And every business I know that pulls the "we know better than you, so shut up and give us your money" routine ends up losing money
It
and
always
customers.
fails.
Don't take my word for it. Just ask Vince McMahon.
It really is a childish emotional mentality of all of these SJWs, these snowflakes. Oh, wow, you hurt my feelings, but at least I have my positive reinforcement from my circle of friends, my bubble. Your products are failing. You're begging for money on the internet at this point. That's what many of these comics industry people are resorting to now, because their products are failing and they refuse to recognize the issues and course correct.
But what do I know? I'm just some guy.
Well, you're more than just some guy to me. You're a fantastic fellow. Thank you for the video. So 2 more short ones and then we'll close out the stream. This one is, again, by Just Some Guy, The Absolute State of the Comic Book Industry. I went through some of this already. We're going to go through the rest of it together from the beginning.
I'm quite certain I was promised an industry-wide collapse, sir.
Sir Black says, idea suppression leads to fear. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. Hate leads to violence. Yep, yeah, that is the cycle. And that's how all these groups that gain dictatorship and tyrannical power, the one sort of theme that runs through the vast majority of them is they always take groups of people and they divide them and they stir up contentions between them. They make one group of people hate the other people, they vilify them, and then they organize the people who hate the targeted group to give power to one or a few amount of people to destroy the people who are hated or stoked to be hated by the other people. So again, this is like the Jews, black people, it's not like white people haven't gone through this. White people have Cossacks in Russia. If you had a farm that was just over a certain size, you were a kulak and you would have all of your possessions taken. Families were destroyed because they were vilified by the state as the property owners and these evil people who are holding down the proletariat and the workers, and because they're wealthy. Meanwhile, these kulaks had developed, ways to farm in the harsh Russian environment, and they were far more productive than any state takeover ever would have been. So when the state tried to take their farms and run them, they ended up starving millions and millions of people to death because they couldn't produce as much as the kulaks, as the hereditary, as the landowners that they vilified and destroyed. It doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter. this is what they do. They will take something, some religion, some race, some economic class. They will vilify it. They will stoke contentions. They will keep people as divided. They will keep the citizens as divided as possible, and then they get the power, and they always abuse it, and it always ends in disaster and overthrow for the tyrants who sow the seeds of their own destruction, but reap extreme destruction along the way for the entire world. Long story short, stop falling into it. Stop fighting petty battles amongst each other or holding grudges for past wrongs that people's families may not have even had anything to do with. Just let it end. Work together and be nice and get along.
Yes, Ron. I guess that's why one of the industry's top talents is now begging for money. I saw that Ethan Van Sciver has screen capped this tweet by Magdalene Visaggio complaining that she needs money and hasn't had a good payday in a year. Max has been reduced to putting up a GoFundMe to come up with $1,000 her family apparently needs. Now, I could take any number of cheap shots, and believe me, my schadenfreude is so hard.
Do not come. Do not come.
Wow. That, what the hell, man? The podium. They need to work on that podium.
I'm gonna come.
But seriously, how insane is it that in this allegedly booming comic book industry, as Tim I'm smarter than you cause I writes the comic Seeley would say, that you've got a writer literally begging for money? The industry is supposed to be doing better than ever with its 6% increase.
So not to say, I mean, look at this.
Money.
Just look at the
Do not
hard.
Like, look at the way this looks here. Whoever designed this whole thing made it feel very Soviet. Meanwhile, I mean, that seal looks fine.
But seriously, how insane is it that in this allegedly booming comic book industry, as Tim I'm smarter than you cause I writes the comic Seeley would say, that you've got a writer literally begging for money? The industry is supposed to be doing better than ever with its 6% increase. So how...
Sir Black says, so Antifa versus Proud Boys? What do you mean?
How has one of the biggest names in the comic books, as has been proclaimed by all the comic books media, been reduced to this? Again, because this is actually how Max started, trying to crowdfund to get money to buy things instead of, oh, I don't know.
Proud Boys are vilified, but all they've done that I've seen is try to protect people to be able to speak in like college campuses without being bike locked in the face. In like that whole situation in New York where they were, a few of the Proud Boys were arrested and thrown in prison. They were literally attacked by an Antifa mob who were throwing piss bottles at them and antagonizing the police. And the Proud Boys were viciously attacked. They were attacked on camera that Antifa initiated it, and the Proud Boys only defended themselves. But the Proud Boys were the ones who were vilified, and they're the ones who got prison. Meanwhile, the Antifa members were bankrolled by some people to completely get off, even though they told the cops to go fuck themselves when the cops asked if they wanted to press charges. They asked the Antifa people who were on camera attacking the Proud Boys first if the Antifa people wanted to press charges, because the fucking Antifa soy boys got their asses beat because they're just weak people. They can only gather together in mobs to do anything.
So getting a loan or a job. It's all the more ironic since Max has worked at all the top comic book publishers, something only Vita Ayala can boast about. And again, we've been told Max is a superstar talent that just everybody wants to work with. So that paycheck should be on point, right? You shouldn't have to ask for money, right?
And it's really hilarious when they try to like paint the Proud Boys as racist when like there's so many members of every race in there, and many the whole thing about the Proud Boys is It's not white supremacy or anything like that. It's nationalism. It's Western chauvinism. In other words, believing that the West is the best and there's nothing wrong with that, and protecting Western values like mercy and charity. These are not things that were widely accepted in civilizations and cultures before the advent of Christianity, growing and growing. And the U.S. Has been, we've had many issues throughout history, but still, if you compare us to any other nation, we're still a bigger torch of liberty than has existed before.
Right? Granted, Mags is trans and transitioning.
So being a nationalist in and of itself is bad. Yeah, National Socialism is bad, Nazism, but nationalism in itself is just another word for patriotism. It's not a bad thing. It's only a bad thing if you're a globalist who hates the idea of, nations.
Ain't cheap, so it's entirely possible that that's where all the money is going. But even then, Mags should not have to ask for money. I'm not saying this because I care about Mags, because I don't. It's a matter of principle. How can you have a functioning industry when the journeyman in your industry can't make a living? Mags is not top tier talent or anywhere close to it, but she is someone who would be hired to do a fill-in issue or a one-shot. That's basically a journeyman level job, and you'd expect someone doing that to be able to pay their bills, but that's not the case. The comic book industry doesn't pay well, at all. I don't think it ever has, but at this point,
I don't think I've heard of John Talks, but Memology, I have seen his videos, I think. Yep, they're short and concise. He's got a good style.
With all the money being made, the absurdly low page rates make no sense. I get that this is a
They're getting peanuts for even making these comics in the first place.
Niche market, but come on. Most of the people working in comic books make less than $100 a page, and that upper tier tends to be pencilers and top writers. Your average comic book is 22 pages, so you're looking at a max of $2,200 per book before taxes. You're talking about maybe $1,700. That's about 20 grand a year. To put this in perspective, let's look at the hardest job, drawing comics. It takes about 8 to 12 hours to draw a page. If you were paid minimum wage, that would be about $8 an hour, so you'd walk away with $64 a page. The average comic book artist makes $50 a page, or roughly $6.25 an hour. Compare that to an illustrator or graphic designer who gets about $40 an hour. Comic book artists are getting shafted, and so is everyone else making comics. Who's supposed to survive on $2 grand a month? Honestly. That barely covers rent in the top cities, and you won't have much left over for food, let alone to save, which you're going to need to do to pay your taxes. When I see people like Ron Mars yapping, I want to ask, how has your industry gotten to the point where y'all are bragging about how well the industry is doing in one breath and then begging for change in the next? The industry can't be doing that well if this is what the average person has to deal with. This is the absolute state of the comic.
These people are begging for change while changing all of the comics that we know, which is leaking into like movies and other products like the animated movies, the cartoon shows and stuff like that. But meanwhile, people like EVS who got canceled. EVS is Ethan Van Sciver. He was an artist for Green Lantern and a few other things. But he was one of the most talented people at DC Comics, and probably one of my favorite comic book artists. And they canceled him because he was an open Trump supporter. He was a Republican, so they literally got rid of him. And almost everyone else who was an open Republican, they literally treated Trump like Hitler. And if you supported Trump or were open Republican at all, you got purged. So he went from that making peanuts at DC Comics relative to now, where he's making literally millions of dollars in privately crowdfunded creative projects, even making toys, comic books. He's probably going to move into making animated shows, like either like a Cyberfrog TV series or maybe some independent films. But he could go into games and stuff too. That's the future of these industries, really. Like the comic books industry and film industry is privately crowdfunded projects that aren't neutered by these production companies that only care about making things marketable in China these days, and bowing the knee to any outrage mob, or trying to prevent any outrage mob from trying to go for their jugulars. No bravery from these people at all anymore.
Book industry. Just a bunch of broke braggarts claiming they've got it made while begging for money. It's sad and pathetic, especially coming from Mags, who has bragged on more than one occasion about how well things are going. Yes, I know. So many cheap shots. So many openings. And I know people are like, take the cheap shot. But here's the thing. I can't compete with EVS. He told Mags maybe crowdfund a comic instead of rattling a tin can, knowing full well.
Exactly. If Mags Visaggio is such a great creator, why does he have to beg for money on online instead of doing what EVS did? EVS came up with a product and people liked it, so they kept buying it. That's why he's successful. Mags Visaggio, if she was actually a creator instead of an activist masquerading as one, she'd be able to come up with a product. She could go fund me a comic book, a novel, whatever she wants. He wants, whatever. I'm not, because they do it, I sort of, it's, when everyone refers to like Mags Visaggio as her, it's easy to just forget.
Well, don't nobody buy Mags's comics. How am I supposed to compete with that? This motherfucker drops a meteor and y'all like, do something. What? Stand here and watch the 14-minute long sequence? Unless I've got Knights of the Round, there's nothing I can do. I can't burn ash. But seriously, this is the absolute state of the comic book industry. Unless you're a major talent, chances are you're not going to make enough money to do this for a living. And depending on what you're doing, artist, writer, inker, colorist, or letterer, you may not have time to do both. You definitely won't have time to make 12 issues a year unless you're super fast or make the book as poorly as possible. If the industry is making the kind of money they claim, there's no excuse for anyone working in the industry, including people like Mags, whose books no one buys, to have to start a GoFundMe in order to make ends meet. You should be spreading the wealth by paying people fair page rates, not the third-grade allowance you're giving them now. I don't have to like the people getting shafted to point out that they're getting shafted, and this shit is more obvious than Biden at a Girl Scouts meeting. But what do I know? I'm just some guy.
Yeah, that's ridiculous how little they pay comics artists and like just everyone, the writers, the colorists, everyone. But everything is going fine. The comics industry is doing just perfectly dandy. That whole Comicsgate movement where independent creators are coming up with their own stuff, passion projects instead of soulless corporate drivel. Yeah, don't pay no attention to that. We've got the good stuff and all is fine. Last one here. This is SJWs could win if they told good stories by just some guy again. And that has been, this right here has been my exact argument for years now. You can tell any type of story as long as it's done well. Literally any type of story you can possibly think of, it can be done well if it's written well. But they don't put any effort into that. It's a complete afterthought.
Subsect deals really brings out the ugly in the Wakandans. I give you Patrick Zurcher, the wannabe edgelord comic book artist who still listens to I Hate Everything About You when he's hangry. He and a bunch of the usual Twitterati are freaking out because despite all their efforts, they just can't let Comicsgate go. They need that boogeyman to explain how they're uber successful even though no one buys their books. And Zurch was in particular for him this weekend, claiming that he was thinking about infiltrating so-called Comicsgate to trick them into buying his book, and then he would send them a woke propaganda pamphlet instead. Usually when you have a
shocking considering the fact that that's literally all they do. They con you into buying their product thinking that it's what it is on the tin, and what it actually is when you open it up is canned bullshit.
Dastardly plan, you don't preemptively announce it, dipshit, but that requires thinking, and we know this crowd ain't good at rubbing two neurons together, which is why they can't make stories anyone wants to read. We also get this room temperature take from Fabian Nicheza, quote, I guess I was checking an identity box with New Warriors instead of trying to come up with an interesting, diverse cast of characters, which would lead to better storytelling. Ah, but there's the problem, Fabes. You actually wanted to tell a story. You didn't just drop a character into the book and go, this one's got the gay, or this one's got the punani, or this one's got the black. You actually gave them backgrounds, goals, flaws, personalities, conflicts. Their appearances, sexual orientations, and politics were secondary to their characterization, which is what made them interesting. You didn't just go, look, here's a fat one, or look, I named them Snowflake and Safe Space to reclaim the names. No, you had one guy trying to reclaim his name and powers, one guy doing a Batman shtick, one girl trying to live her life without being killed for being a mutant, one girl trying to get out from under her cousin's shadow, and one guy trying to overcome the trauma of his childhood abuse. You told a story, and that story worked not because the characters looked like a Benetton ad, but because they came across as real people. Even if your intention was to only have diversity for diversity's sake, which I doubt it was, the way you presented it was as a story about a bunch of interesting people with different problems coming together to fight crime. Their race, sex, and sexuality didn't matter. That's what made New Warriors somewhat successful, and that's what's missing from many mainstream comics, which leads to dumbass tweets like this from Zurcher, quote, Comicsgate has to believe everything changed. Everything is bad now. It's their sales driver. Nope. The people making comics just have to sell their books as something people would want to read. And here's the thing, Mr. Wannabe Edgelord. Y'all could have beaten so-called Comicsgate any time by just making books that sold well. You're trying to own the so-called Comicsgate group by claiming they need to spin a false narrative, but all you have to do to prove them wrong is do well. That's it. Make the books that top the charts, and all your naysayers will be silenced. But you didn't do that.
Nah, it's too hard to actually produce something. It's much easier to just tear other people down.
Every chance y'all have got to have a hit, you managed to ruin. You could have saved face with Hydra Cap, but instead decided to double down, turning the real Cap into a Nazi and having this Cosmic Cube variant running around bemoaning America because of what supremacy. You had a hit with Batman marrying Catwoman, but you let a lot of vaginas smear his wet-ass pussy all over the event, screwing thousands of bookstores who bought into the whole wedding scam. You had Jonathan Hickman make the not X-Men interesting again, and then let Teenie Howard, Leah Williams, and Vita Ayala Care Bear stare his plans into oblivion to the point the man left the franchise. Even when something organically becomes a hit, y'all screwed that up, like Batman the White Knight dominating sales, so you clowns decide to cancel Sean Gordon Murphy because how dare he actually be successful. At every turn, you've managed to ruin whatever success you could have had, and now you're at the point where you're claiming kids' books and foreign comics somehow prove people want to buy the shit you make. A bunch of YouTubers are now your competitors, and they're pulling in $50,000 to $100,000 campaigns.
Manga is not the comics industry. Eastern manga is not the Western comics industry. That's like comparing, anime to Western cartoons. They're very, very different things. And the reason that manga is succeeding right now is because they don't put identity politics and all this other crap into their art. They just make really cool, cool concepts that fans love. The typical hero's journey, the most amazing horror stories and, psychedelic trippy animes. They're like Ghost in the Shell is one of the best, like sort of philosophical animes that has some really thought-provoking stuff in it. What is that one? Ergo Proxy. You don't have stuff like that in the West anymore. Things that actually really make you think. Not about, you know what? This character is black now, therefore I'm magically not racist, as though all of Americans are racist or something. No, we're actually, we fought against racism, we fought against slavery. We're the ones who ended that, not only in the US, but throughout the world, everywhere that we had influence. We stop trying to twist things, and we're not just to literally divide people again so you can assume control in the chaos. And, you manufacture a problem so you can come up with a solution to gain more power, which inevitably results in less rights for the people.
Campaigns, while big names like Murphy and Scott Snyder are barely doing any better. You're like a signed musician who records at Abbey Road but can't break the top 100, bitching about the kid in his bedroom with the #1 song on Billboard, Spotify, Amazon, and Apple Music. When people point out that for all your bragging about how great you're doing, you can't seem to make anything anyone wants to actually listen to, you attack the very people who would buy your music. If you want to prove so-called Comicsgate wrong, make a book that actually sells. Better yet, make one they actually like. Make one that has them weeping like Kevin Smith over how awesome it is, and you will have won. But this little sniping on Twitter just proves their point. You don't care about storytelling, you just care about checking an identity box. And now you didn't check your ass into a corner, and all I can say is... But yeah. What do I know? I'm just some guy.
Yeah, that's a good one too. So I like that. Just some guy, good quality content as usual. Thank you for the videos. I'm surprised he doesn't have either sponsors or something like that. Yeah, he definitely deserves support. Well, he's got a Patreon and a Ko-Fi. So if anyone wants to support Just Some Guy, I definitely recommend his Patreon. He comes up with great content. And the only way that people like him can make content, you know, as regularly as they do is through support. Because YouTube definitely doesn't like monetizing people with certain sorts of opinions that aren't popular or go against politically correct culture. And certainly they don't like boosting people in the algorithm, or do either. Anywho, this was my very first commentary video like this. I don't feel like I did very well, but I'll try to get better in the future. I really waded into the deep end with some of the video. I didn't quite know exactly what was in most of these. I knew generally what the content was, but pretty heavy commentary for like your first attempt on something like this. But I'll try to do better in the future as far as how I do conduct these sorts of streams. Sir Black says, no matter which side comes up, it's always bad. Yeah, tyranny, evil from any side is bad. That's why you can't get too locked into this group mentality of parties and you know, this is my side and this is your side. We're all in this together. You have to think about what impacts all of us, and not just today, but for the future, for our children, what these things can lead into, and that sort of thing. Anakin says, Colin, do you join Up, Up, Down, Down with Xavier Woods and Tyler Breeze? Sure. What? I think you explained that Up, Up, or someone explained Up, Up, Down, Down was a channel, but I don't know their content. I'm new commentary with me, Anakin Skywalker. Colin, I will be a Jedi Council. Well, thank you, Sir Anakin, for sticking with it. Sir Black says, I loved it. Thank you very much, sir. I will be back tomorrow. I'm not sure. I might play some Spellbreak, or if Anakin, or excuse me, if Noose and Cowpoke are on, I might try some Battlefield 1 if they're up for it. If not, I'll probably do a Spellbreak. Anywho, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it, and thank you very much again to Sir Angelo for the 333 tip, and Juan Diego Pino Romero for the subscribe. Very much appreciated. May the Force be with you always.
The Force will be with you always.
Did you almost turn back with fright? Did the wonder of it make you waver for one breathless moment?
started, leaving only